Hey everyone, and welcome to the full course on PHP programming by Simplilearn. In this video, we'll discuss everything you need to know about PHP. Now before we begin, make sure to subscribe to Simplilearn and do hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So let us see what we've got for you. First, we'll start by a proper intro to PHP, followed by learning how to use XAMPP software to build our first Hello World PHP program. Then we'll learn all the basic PHP programming concepts right from the very beginning to scenarios. We will then move on to learning about programming in PHP. Next, we will have PHP extensions that can be integrated into Visual Studio Code for a better programming experience. We will also learn about PHP get and post methods, followed by a tutorial on how to implement MySQL with PHP, PHP form validation, CRUD operations in PHP, PHP registration, and login form. We will also discuss REST APIs in PHP, followed by an extensive web development tutorial by creating a website. Next, we will also work on an e-commerce website tutorial. And finally, we will have a look at the most frequently asked PHP interview questions. So, without any further ado, let's get started. Let us first meet Rob. Rob is the owner of an e-commerce business. Earlier, his customers were very happy with the products they purchased from his website. But with more traffic and user base, Rob started receiving complaints from his customers not related to the products, but the website itself. Now, the customers were facing challenges like slow website speed, bad user experience, and poor security features. Like any other business owner, Rob wanted to rectify the problem, but he was unable to find a solution to it. Well, developing his websites in PHP can solve all of Rob's problems. And guess what? PHP is simple to learn and easier to implement. Let me elaborate on this. The PHP is useful in many ways as, first and foremost, it can make the website function faster. It can create dynamic web pages, and dynamic web pages are what makes a website more interactive. Next, it provides security encryption. It is a cost-efficient language. It is very compatible as it works efficiently with different databases and programming languages. And it is platform independent, which means a PHP application can run on any environment. Now, before moving into the details, did you know that 79.2% web is still powered by PHP, which nearly translates to 20 million websites and 1 million web servers? Now, in this presentation, you'll learn about what is PHP, how does it work differently from a conventional web page, what are its features, some major companies where PHP is implemented, prerequisites on learning it, and finally, we will have a look at the demo for our first PHP program. Now, without further ado, let's get started. So what exactly is PHP? PHP stands for Hypertext Preprocessor, which is a recursive acronym. It is an open source server-side scripting language that is embedded into HTML and used for web development. Now, before we get overwhelmed by the technical terms, let me simplify them for you. Now, for those of you who don't know, open source is a term for technology, which means it is freely available to everyone. While server-side scripting means that from writing the code to implementing and processing it, everything is done on the server side, while the user just lays down and enjoys the experience. Now that we know what PHP is, let's see how a PHP script looks like. As you can see on the screen, this is the syntax of PHP. It opens with an angled bracket, question mark, PHP, and ends with a question mark and an angled bracket, while the code comes in between them. Now, as you can notice, this is very similar to how HTML codes are written. Now let's have a look at some features of PHP. Now, While PHP being a very diverse and feature-rich language, some of its main features are listed here. Let us try and understand them one by one. First is simple. Now this feature comes as a good news to new learners, since PHP is simple and hence an easy to learn language. Next comes flexibility. PHP is a highly flexible language. In conventional web pages, even the smallest of changes have to go through the developer, who changes the code to implement them. While PHP gives you the flexibility to make small changes without the intervention of the developer itself. It is also platform independent, which means it does not require any special plugins to run and can basically run on any environment. Next is interpreted. PHP is an interpreted language and does not compile the entire code, hence taking less time. Which takes us to our next feature, that is fast. Websites developed in PHP are faster. This is why developing dynamic websites using PHP is considered as the best option. As discussed earlier too, PHP is called as an open source language, which means it is free to use and implement. Next feature is security. The language consists of a few built-in frameworks that provides benefits like encryption and hence protection from cyber attacks. Next is a large PHP community. Since PHP is an old language, it has grown up to a large community which is very helpful and makes the language more stable. So that was all about features of PHP. Moving forward, let us discuss the workflow of a PHP web page. How does a PHP page work? So, for a better understanding, let us first see how a basic HTML page functions. In the basic HTML workflow, when you open a website on your browser, a request is sent from the browser to the server, and the server then returns the requested page stored on it back to the browser. Now that's it. No matter what device or what purpose you open the website for, the page return is always the same, or you can say static. Now, what PHP does different is, when you open a website developed in PHP, a request in .php extension is sent to the server. Into the server, there exists a PHP interpreter which recognizes the .php file and interprets it. Based on the request from the browser, it pulls out data from its database and file systems and returns a HTML page personalized according to the user. Now let me give you an example to make it more clear. When you log into your account on Rob's new e-commerce website made on PHP, it takes your unique request to the server and shows you products based on your past preference and liking, instead of showing you the exact same page every time. Now this makes the website dynamic and more interactive to the user. Also guys, before moving forward, if you're enjoying this video, please give a thumbs up and subscribe to Simplilearn for more such content. So that was all about the workflow of PHP. Let us discuss the companies using them. Many companies have reached great success by implementing PHP into their websites. Let me list down a few of them. First comes Facebook, the biggest social media platform. Did you know that Facebook was created entirely on PHP? And according to the website SimilarWeb, PHP is visited by users for nearly 22 billion times per month. This means the social media platform has to deal with huge traffic volumes, and PHP helps the website with this. Now before moving to the next website, a quick question for you guys. What is the one site everyone goes to for information? Correct, it's Wikipedia. And guess what? It is written in PHP too. Now, platforms like WordPress, which are used to create beautiful websites itself, are also based on PHP. And blogging and social media channels such as Tumblr and even multi-service platforms like Yahoo, which face huge amounts of data traffic every day, uses PHP to function. So now that I hope you're more motivated to learn PHP, let us look at some of the prerequisites of learning it. Now, since PHP scripts, as already discussed, are embedded into HTML codes, a basic understanding of HTML comes naturally as a prerequisite. Again, A website cannot be complete without the implementation of CSS. Hence, a basic understanding of CSS is also a must. Next is basic knowledge of programming language. Now, this is not necessarily a prerequisite, but if you have basic knowledge of programming fundamentals such as OOPS concept, functions and arrays, etc., it would really help you along the way. Let's get started and learn what exactly is XAMPP. Now, XAMPP stands for Cross-Platform, Apache Server, Maria Database, PHP, and then finally Perl. XAMPP is an open source application that is developed by Apache friends and is one of the easiest ways to host a local web server with access to MySQL database, PHP, and Perl. So it is an all-in-one package. So now that we have an understanding of what XAMPP is, let us set up the software on our system and then see how to use it to run a PHP script. So now to set up the XAMPP software, what we need to do is let us open the browser and download our software. So as you can see here, apachefriends.org is the official website from where you can download the XAMPP software. Since we are using the Windows version, we'll download it for Windows, although it is available for Linux and macOS as well. Now let's wait for the download to get finished. It almost is. Now let's open the setup and install our software right away. Continue installation. Next. Now from here you can select all the extra files that you want to install along with the XAMPP setup or you don't want to install. Now this is the default folder for XAMPP installation, that is C drive XAMPP, and I would recommend you keep it that way. I think there's some issue here. Yeah, well, this is the folder for my old XAMPP. Yeah. Now we wait for the installation to get finished and then we'll run a quick PHP script, a welcome or hello world kind of script to see how this XAMPP software functions along with PHP. Now the installation is almost done. We'll just wait for a few. Now the installation is complete and now let us open the control panel to check if it's done correctly. Yes, everything seems fine now. So this is the control panel for the XAMPP software, which includes all the services provided by it. And in our PHP tutorials, we'll be mainly using the Apache server and the MySQL one. So you need to click on Apache server, started, and MySQL. Now Apache server will show you the default port on which it is running. Now to check if XAMPP is correctly installed on your system, let's open the browser again and type localhost. Now this will open up the dashboard for the XAMPP application. Let's click on phpMyAdmin and the information is available here. So the installation is complete. Similarly, we'll install the Visual Studio Code. Since I've already installed the software on my system, I'll not be doing that. Now, let us come to the important part. Let us redirect to C drive and there we have a XAMPP installed. Open the XAMPP folder and locate htdocs. Now this is the folder where all your PHP files, codes and website related data will be stored. Now we'll open the htdocs and let us create a new folder here. Since it will be a first program, let us name it first PHP. Now let's open our code editor, that is Visual Studio Code. Click on Open Folder. Locate to XAMPP, htdocs, and the folder we created, first PHP. As you can see, let me close this first. As you can see, first PHP folder is visible here. Let us create our first PHP file. Let's name it hello.php. Now don't forget the .php extension, otherwise the code will not run. Now since a browser only understands HTML code, we will have to embed the PHP script into the HTML code itself. So let's begin. Let me zoom it a little bit so you can see clearly. Let me add a heading. So h1 will be too big. Let's keep it to h2. My first PHP web page. Let's write our first PHP script. So a PHP script begins with an opening angular bracket, question mark, PHP. Now we'll write the PHP script, that is echo hello world. Now echo acts as a print function which prints any string that is in front of it. In this case, it will display hello world onto the web page. Let's close the script with a question mark and a closing angular bracket, and also close our HTML code. Now before running a web page, let us first check if the web server is still active. Yes, the web server is still running. So let's open the browser, type localhost. Now type the name of the folder that you have created, that is first PHP. Now as you can see, our hello.php file is present here. Let's click on it, and as you can see, our first web page is visible, which shows the heading my first PHP web page and the hello world from a PHP script. In this video on PHP programming, we're going to discuss different PHP concepts from the very basics such as syntax, hello world program up until learning how to collect form data using PHP scripts, and also cover a lot more concepts in between. Now what we need to do is to use Visual Studio Code. What we do is we go to C drive, XAMPP folder, or wherever you have installed your XAMPP software. We go to that folder, locate htdocs, and let us now create another folder, and you can name it anything that you want to based on your project. Since we are discussing the concepts, let us name it concepts. Now right click on it, and here as you can see it shows open with code. When you click on it, you can see that it opens Visual Studio Code for you along with the concepts folder that we just created. Now this is where you will create all your files for your project and will be writing all of your PHP scripts. Now let's create the first PHP file. From here, new file, let us name it tutorial.php and see how a PHP syntax looks like. So a PHP syntax begins with an angular opening bracket, question mark, PHP, and ends with a question mark and a closing angular bracket, while the PHP script goes in between. So this is the very basic syntax of how PHP scripts are written. Now let us move on and see how to write a hello world program using a PHP script. So to print something on PHP, echo is used. Now to use echo, what you need to do is just write the string that you want to print in front of it and save the program. So hello and welcome to Simplilearn. Let us close it and save the file. Now I'm going to show you how to use the XAMPP software in order to run PHP scripts. Go and open your XAMPP control panel. And from the control panel, you have to start this first service, that is Apache. Now this is going to start a local web server on your system. Now open your browser, go to a new tab and type localhost, followed by the name of the folder that we just created into htdocs, that was concepts, and hit enter. Here you can see the file that we just created, tutorial.php, and when you click on it, you can see your first program visible here. Hello and welcome to Simplilearn. Now suppose you have a program that needs to print this exact same string again and again throughout the program. So what are you going to do? Type the entire echo statement through your code or make it simpler. Now to make it simpler, what we need to do is we need to go back to our code and discuss the concept of variables. Now to create a variable, what we need to do is we need to use this $sign followed by the name of the variable. You can name it anything you want. So let us name it str and type hello and welcome to Simplilearn. So this is our first variable. Now this variable str stores this string value. Also you can create different variables for different purposes, such as if you want to store a number, suppose. So you can store number 5, and suppose you want to store a floating variable, and that would be float, and a floating variable is a number with decimal points, so 7.6. So now we have 3 variables in our program. Now one thing to notice if you're coming from a different programming language is that you don't need to define the type of variable in PHP, that is if it is a string, number, or a floating variable. Now to print this we can use echo, but when you want to print a variable in echo you need to do things a little differently. So let us start with h1 heading. Now to print a variable, what you need to do is you need to use dot followed by the name of the variable, that would be str, and another dot followed by, if you want to type something along with the variable, I'm going to copy this code and paste it. Now let us change the size of the headings. And also change a variable. So in the second line we are going to print num, and in the third the float that we created. So now we have all of our variables into our echo. Now let us save this program and see what it does. So as you can see, the variables are printed on your program and you don't have to write them again and again. You can simply write the name of the variable along with echo and dot and print it along. Now that we know about variables, suppose you want to print the names of different laptop brands available in the market. Now what you're going to do you create different variables for each name, that is a variable for HP, a variable for Lenovo, a variable for Asus, or do you want a single variable to store all of the names of the laptop brands available? Now with arrays, it is possible to store different information of the same data type, that is integer, string, under a single variable. The condition is all of the data that is stored under the variable should have the same data type. Now, let us see how array works. Now, array stores multiple values in a single variable, as we already discussed. Now, to make an array, first what we need to do is name a variable laptop brand and type in array function, and under that function we are going to write the names of different laptop brands, that is HP with separated by commas, Lenovo, Asus and Dell. So suppose these are the 4 laptop brands that are available in the market in your area. Now what you need to do is you need to print what is in this particular variable, that is laptop brand. So to print it, you need to first create variable dump. Now what variable dump does is, it, as you can see here, it exports the variable that is in its function. Now we are going to write the variable that we just created into the variable dump function, and it will just return the data type and value. Now suppose you want to print it. So to print it, what we need to do is just add echo in front of it. Okay, now before moving on to seeing the result of this program, let us just make this part of the code inactive. Now to do that, we are going to learn a new concept in Bitbean, that is comments. So comments are the lines in a code that are not executed while the program is run. So a single line comment starts with 2/ and anything written in front of it does not run along with the code. So these comments are very useful when you're writing a code to make your code readable and more understandable by any coder who will or might later on use the code that you've just created. Now suppose what we can do with comments is, I'm going to write a comment just in front of it. This is a string variable. Now after these slashes, anything written is not executed when I'm going to run the program. Also, now what do? If you want to make this whole part of the code not functioning, do you add 2/ in front of everything? Or you can use a much simpler method, that is multi-line comments. To use multi-line comments, what you're going to do is use /*. This marks the start of the multi-line code, and to end this, use star and / again, and everything in Bitbean does not run when you're going to run your program. So we will now see how this array works. We will just reload this page, and as you can see, HP, Lenovo, Asus and Dell are visible here. Also, you might notice this array 4 shows the length of the array, and this shows the position where all of these strings are inside the array. That is, an array starts with the 0 position, not 1 but 0. So the first would be 0 position, that is HP, and then 1 Lenovo, and subsequently Asus and Dell. Now suppose you just want to print the second variable in your array. What you need to do is you need to go back to your code, and in front of the variable you need to write the position that you want to print under square brackets, that is the second position in array would be number 1. And save the code, go back to the browser, and only the second array is the second variable in the array is visible. Now suppose instead of a variable you want to create a value that you don't want to be changed throughout your entire program. So consonants are used for the same purpose. Now consonants are very much like variables, except that once they are defined, they cannot be changed or undefined. So let us see how consonants work. First, we will put this code under a comment and now start writing a consonant. So to define or create a consonant, what you need to do is use the define function, and inside the define function what you need to do is you need to write the name of the consonant. And okay, first let us write the name of the consonant. Suppose laptops, followed by the value of the HP, consonant, Lenovo and Asus, and that's it. And you close the define function, and there you have defined your consonant in your PHP script. Now this cannot be changed or undefined throughout your program. Now to print it, what you need to do is type echo followed by the name of the consonant that you just created. So the name of the consonant is laptops. Save the code, go back, and HP, Lenovo and Asus are visible here. You can also create consonant arrays along with a normal consonant. Now to create a consonant array, you just need to add a square bracket. Just a second. Let me close this one. Separated by commas, and now we have the names of the laptop as an array, which by the way cannot be changed or undefined throughout your code, just like any other consonant. Now suppose you want to just print the name of the third laptop that is available in the market. Now what you need to do is you need to write the position, and the third position in case of arrays would be number 2. Save, and only Asus is visible here. So this is how consonants and variables work in PHP. Now before moving on to the next section, let me give you another situation. Now suppose I want you to print a number only and only if it is greater than 7. How do you do that? Now since it is a condition, Conditional statements are used to perform different actions based on different conditions. Now, some of the conditional statements include in PHP are if else, if, else if, else, and switch. And we're going to discuss them one by one. So the first one is if. Now, let me create a variable. Let us name it var and write the value 8. Now, the example that we just discussed, if we want to check if this variable is greater than 7 and only then print the variable on our screen. Now to do that, what we need to do is type in if, and in the bracket we need to type the condition that we're going to check, that is if variable greater than 7. Now use curly brackets, and inside the curly bracket write the code that you want to execute only and only if the condition of this if is met. So we need to print this variable. So echo var and go and save it. Now go back and reload, and you can see 8 is printed here. Now let us go back and change the value of the variable to 5 and save it. Go back, reload, and as you can see, nothing is printed on the screen since the condition that we just mentioned inside if does not meet. Now suppose I tell you that if the condition does not meet, you have to print a string saying that the condition did not meet. How do you do that? To do it, what you need to add after if is else. And else does not need to have a condition, since as the English word suggests, it is else, which means the condition of if did not meet, and inside the else we're going to write the code echo the condition did not meet. Save it. The condition did not meet. Now time for another condition. Now suppose I ask you to check if a number is divisible by 2, 3 or both. How do you do that? Now to do that, first let us create a number 6. Now check if variable %2 is equals to 0. Now what this shows is this brings out the remainder, and if the remainder is 0, that means it is divisible by 2. And we need to add one more condition here, and variable %3 equals to 0. And what this does is it checks if both of these conditions are true, that is, if the number inside the variable is divisible by both 2 and 3, we will display divisible by both. Now what we need to do is we need to check if it is divisible by 2. So else if. So since it is else if, we need to add a condition in it too. Else if variable %2 equals to 0. Echo divisible by 2. Similarly, divisible by 3. Another, you can add as many else if statements as you want, and the final else will show okay. Let us go back and save our program. Since a variable is 6, it should show divisible by both. And you can see it shows exactly the same, divisible by both. Now let us change the value and see if our program works. So what we are going to do is we are going to change the value to 4, save our program and run it again. Divisible by 2. Similarly, 9, divisible by 3, and finally 13, not divisible by either 2 or 3. So this is how you can make use of if, else if, and else statements. Now the next conditional statement is switch statement. Now the switch statement is used to perform different actions based on different conditions. So let me again give you a situation so that you understand better. So suppose you're playing a game which has 4 different levels, and first level is easy, medium, hard, and extreme. So you need to print that. Now what will you do? You can also use if else if, but it's a lot of code. Switch statement makes it a lot simpler and more readable. So what we need to do is we need to type in switch. Okay, first what we need to do is we need to create a variable. So a variable, suppose, let us name it level, and level is 3. To create a switch statement, you need to type in switch and enter the name of the variable that will be passed into the switch statement to check for the conditions. Level, and it also begins with a curly bracket, and inside the switch statement what you need to do is you need to type case. That is, the first case would be case 1 followed by a colon and the statement that you want to execute, that is echo you are playing at easy level. And since you want your program to stop here itself, what you need to do is you need to type in break. Similarly for rest of the levels, I'll just copy this code here, 2, 3, and 4, and just make the changes. And similar to if-else statements, you also need to add another statement that would be default if any of the conditions are not met in the switch statement. Suppose the value of your variable is 20, which does not make any sense to the game, then what you need to do is you need to display a default error message, and that would be invalid input. And you also need to end the switch statement with a curly braces and end the PHP program. Alright, let us save it, go to a browser and run. You are playing at hard level. I guess you must have understood the concept. Let us just one more time change the value of the variable to 20, save it, go back, invalid input. So this is how the conditional statements in PHP work. Next, what we're going to talk about is PHP loops. Now suppose you want to run a block of code or a part of code again and again and again, or in other words, in loop. So PHP has that functionality known as PHP loops to do the same task. Now there are different types of PHP loops available, that is while, do while and for loops, which we will be discussing in this part of the video. Now let us start with the while loop. Now the while loop loops through a block of code as long as the condition that you have entered or specified in the while loop is true. So let me just remove it. Now to write a while loop, what you need to do is type while followed by the condition. And to write the condition, what we need to first do is let us create a variable and well give it a value of 2. Now the condition which we are going to write is, this is just an example, so if or while the value of variable is less than equals to 10, and then we follow along with the curly braces and type the code that we want to run again and again until the value of a variable becomes 10 or till the value of a variable is less than 10. Suppose number, then the variable, that is where, and that's about it. Now what we need to do is we need to increase the value of the variable, else this code will run for an infinite amount of time and the system might crash. So to increase the variable in each iteration, what we need to do is we need to use the ++ operator, which will increase the value of the variable by 1 in each iteration. Now we're going to save the code and run it, number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 and so on. Let me just add break here, and you can see all of the numbers up until 10 are visible here, and after 10 the loop just stops. So let me explain it again. So what we are doing is we are writing while along with the condition until when the code is supposed to be run again and again. So the condition is if the value of the variable is less than or equals to 10. Since a value of our variable is 2, the condition is true, so the code inside of this while is executed and the code will display the value of the number and the variable value will increase with each iteration until it becomes greater than 10 and then the loop will exit. Now the do while loop is very similar to the while one, the only difference being in case of a do while loop, this code will execute at least once. I'll show you how it works. So in case of do while, we start with do curly braces. Let us use this same example. And after the curly braces, what we do is we write while along with the condition, that is equals to 10. Let me just okay. Now let me tell you why do we need do while loop. Suppose the value of a variable is 11. Now since the condition does not meet, in case of the while loop it will not even run once. Now suppose you want to display the current value of the variables whether or not if it meets the condition at least once. So in case of do while, it will first go into this do loop, run the code, and then after the do loop is complete, this part of the code is complete, it will go on to the while part and check the condition. Now if the condition does not meet, the loop will end here, and if it meets, it will continue until the condition does not meet the while part. So it will run at least once. Now save this and go back to a browser and reload this program, and as you can see, number 11 is visible here. So do while is helpful in some cases, which you'll realize as you start coding more and more. Now next up is for loop. Now for loop is used when we already know how many times we want the loop to run. So for loop is used when you want to run a piece of code a specific number of times. Now let me show you how it works. Now the for loop is written in 3 parts. Here we don't need to define a variable beforehand. The first part of the for loop is defining the value of the variable. So variable is equals to, let us value it at 1. Now we want to make it run till suppose 6 values. So what we need to do is we need to write the condition in the second part of the for loop. If variable less than equals to 6, and in the third part will be the incremental part. So as you can notice, in while and do while, we put the incremental part inside the block of the code. Here the incremental part is inside the for function itself. Variable plus plus, and then we start with the curly braces and we write the code similar to, I'll just copy it from here and now let us just save it and print to show you how it works. number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now these loops are a very important aspect of programming, and you all should try out different problems based on loops by yourself. Now next up in PHP is PHP functions. Now functions are a very useful and very important part of programming in any language. Now, functions are of two types: built-in functions and user-defined functions. Now built-in functions are the functions that are already present inside the framework of your programming language. A very popular example of a built-in function of PHP is echo. Echo is a function that is already built in PHP and is used to print out variables, strings, and values on the screen. Now, user-defined functions are functions you create yourself to use a code repeatedly in your program. So I'll explain you while writing the code itself. So suppose you want to use this for code 4 or 5 times in your program. So, or even more, maybe 10, 20, 30, 40, 100 times in your program. If you're writing a very large program, you want to print or use this part of the code 100 times in your program. What do? Do you write this entire code or copy paste this entire code again and again 100 times and make your code lengthier? Or do you just want to use this piece of code from here, from anywhere in your program? Now, to do that, we need to put this piece of code inside a user-defined function. So how do we do that? We do that by writing function followed by, suppose you want to call this function a name and start with curly braces. Now this is a user-defined function named name. Now inside this name function is a piece of code, this for. Now how do we reuse it? I'll show you in a second. So suppose you are a long way from your code, from this code. You don't even know where it is. You want to use this code again after writing hundreds of lines of code. So how do you do it? You just type the name of the function, that is name, and close it. That's about it. This is called calling a function. So it is similar to calling a friend for help. So here you just call your friend name to execute this part of the code. Here, save, and well, there are no changes since the output will be the same. Let us make some changes. Add another echo. I am going to run it again later. And call this function again. Save it. And as you can see, once the function is called, the output is printed. And I'm going to run it again later. And then again the function is called and it uses the same piece of code again and again and again. See how simple coding can be when you know what to use when. Now let's move ahead and understand the concepts of oops in PHP. So as you can see on the screen, I have listed down the 8 concepts of oops that we will be discussing today. First is class, next comes objects, then its member functions and member variables, then constructor and destructor, inheritance, and finally it is polymorphism. Now let's walk through each of the concepts one by one. First is class. It is a blueprint of an object that provides initial values for the state. A class consists of both data and data and functions together are called objects. Now let's first have a look at the class. Let me create a file named class.php and let us write the code first. Here I have defined a class by using the class keyword, followed by fruit, which is the class name. Next, I have added a pair of curly braces and added the entire properties and methods within the braces. So as you can see on the screen, we have declared a class named fruit that contains two properties called name and color. Along with that, I have also added two methods, setName and getName. Now the purpose of these methods is for setting and getting the name property. So let me give you some important information. So when you define a class, a variable in it is called property, while a function is known as method. Now let us execute the code and see the output. Let's go to the browser and type localhost / followed by the file name. Here's our file class.php, and as you can see on the screen, the code is running perfectly. Now that was about the class. Next comes objects. So it is an instance of a class. Basically, a variable holds the data of a class. Now we define a class once and create as many objects in it. So for a better understanding, let me give you an example. Suppose a car is a class. So Mercedes-Benz and BMW would be objects. Now let's see objects. Classes are incomplete without objects. So we can add as many objects as we want from a class. And every single object has the properties and methods defined in the class. But those objects will have different property values. So objects of a class are created using the new keyword. Now let me open the code editor and let's create another file called obj.php. So this code will be the same. Let's copy and paste it here. Now let me type the code for object. As you can see, I have used the new keyword to create object of the class fruit. Similarly, banana would be another object and now we'll use the setName function to set the name to apple on this object, on the apple object that we have created. Similarly, we will set the name for the banana object there's an extra bracket here, let's remove it. Now moving forward, let us type the code to display what we have added into the objects. For this, can you guess which method we'll be using? Yes, the getName method will be used to display the name saved onto the object using the setName method. Now that our code is complete, let us run and check if it's working correctly. Let me go back and refresh. Now here we have our object.php file. Yes, the code runs perfectly, the fruit program, and it is displaying apple and banana from the two objects that we created. I hope now you have clearly understood the concept. Moving on to the next one, let's talk about the member variable and member function. A member variable is defined within a class. The data can be accessed by the member functions alone. Now once the object is built, these variables are called attributes of the object, whereas member function is defined within a class and is used to access object data. So next comes constructor. So it allows an individual to allot an object's properties while the object creation, while a destructor is a function that is called when the object stops working. We will have a look at the constructor program. So constructor allows an individual to allot an object's properties while the object creation. Now suppose you build a program using constructor function. PHP will automatically call the construct function while creating an object from a class. Also, remember that when you write the construct function, always prefix it with 2 underscores. Now let's have a look at the example where we will be using a constructor function with calling the setName method. Now this setName function is often used when you assign a value to the name attribute. Now let's open the code editor and create our constructor file. We'll again create the two properties named name and color. Now we will create a constructor with 2 underscores and a construct keyword, and I'll give the 2 properties as the attributes to the constructor. Now in this program we'll be using the constructor function as the set method to set the names and color of a fruit by default during the object creation itself. We still need to create the get functions. Now let's create an object to invoke the constructor. Now since the constructor has attributes, we will have to give the values for the attributes as well. So the fruit would be strawberry and the color would be pink. So this creates a new object and it gives the values to the constructor. In the PHP script and our HTML code as well. Let us save the code and check if it's working. Let's go back, refresh. Now our constructor file is visible. Let's click on it and yes. So when the object strawberry is created, the attributes we have given to the constructor, strawberry and the color pink, were already assigned to it. And it is displayed in the browser itself. Now that the constructor program is done, next let's see an example of how a destructor works. Let's open the code editor, create another file, destructor.php. Now the destructor code will be very similar to the constructor one, so we will copy the code into the destructor file and make some changes. So let us remove this, we don't need it, and write our destructor function. So destructor function is written similarly how constructor function is written. So it starts with 2 underscores and a destruct keyword. It does not have an attribute. Now why did we delete the get functions is because we will be using the destructor for it. Also, we won't be needing this. Just the object creation is sufficient. Now let's save our program and do the drill again. Open the browser. Here a destructor file is visible and it shows the fruit is strawberry and the color is pink. So when the object function is complete and the program ends, the destructor function is called, which displays the strawberry and the color pink. Now comes inheritance. So it derives new classes or child classes from the parent class. However, inheritance can have its own properties and methods too. So inheritance has two classes. First is parent class and the other one is a child class. Now let's talk about each of them in detail. So parent class is otherwise called a base class that is inherited from another class. And a child class is a subclass that inherits from another class. A child class can have subclasses and derived classes. Now let's have a look at the inheritance program. So the child class is derived from all the properties and methods from the subclass. In addition, it can have its own properties and methods too. So an inherited class is defined by using the extends keyword. Let's look at an example. Let's open the code editor. So I've taken the liberty to create the inheritance.php file and write some of the code that we have already written. So I'll be writing only the code that is necessary for the inheritance part. Now also remember, when you derive a child class from a parent class, only the public methods are derived into the child class. So we will be creating the methods as public in order them to be inherited. Made this function public. Let's end this class and create another class in order to inherit this class. So we'll name another class as cherry extends fruit, and we'll create another function for cherry. So this function is exclusive to cherry. So we have given a message through this method. Now let's create an object, cherry, new cherry, and give the values for the attributes of this constructor. Let's save the code and check if it's working. Well, there seems to be an error. Now let's try to resolve it. Okay, got it. So we created the object within the cherry class, so it got localized. What we need to do is put that code outside of the cherry class and it should work fine now. Yes, so is cherry a fruit or a berry? A cherry is a fruit and the color of the fruit is red. And now we will talk about the last concept, that is polymorphism. So polymorphism has many forms. The same function is utilized for different purposes. It has a class with a variety of functions simultaneously sharing a common interface. So inherited methods are overridden by redefining the methods in the derived class. Now let me write the code to make it clear. So I've already created the polymorphism PHP file. I've copied the inheritance code into the polymorphism part, and then now we'll make the changes into the derived class, that is cherry. So let's create a property named weight. Now to override the constructor and the intro function from the fruit class, we will have to create the same functions in the derived class also. Now this function construct has got one extra attribute in comparison to this function construct. Let's create the intro function too. Now our code is ready. Let us create another object to invoke the functions. Now did you notice what we did here? So when we created the object cherry for the cherry class, we gave 3 attribute values instead of 2 in order to invoke this construct function, not this. Let us run it and check. So it runs perfectly. It displays the fruit, the color, and the weight. In this video, we will discuss some PHP extensions that can be and should be added in Visual Studio Code to make PHP programming a little easier and our lives a little simpler. Now, to check the extensions available or search any of them, we need to go to this tab, that is the Extensions tab. Now, these are the already installed extensions on our system. And from here you can search extensions available in the Visual Studio Code Marketplace. Now, the first extension and a must-have extension is PHP IntelliFence. Now, to understand what it does, let me go back to the Explorer and open a test.php. So what I'm going to do is write some basic PHP built-in functions. Let us say PHP info. So what you need to notice is when you type PHP info, it shows a suggestion. It is from the built-in feature that is already installed into the Visual Studio Code, but when you click on this, that's it. Now I'll show you the difference. Go back to extensions and install PHP IntelliFence. Now go back to your test file and again type PHP info. Now as you can notice, you can see two PHP infos here. Now when you click on this one, you can see all the details about this function available right here. So this is what PHP IntelliFence is. It intelligently suggests and autofills parts of your code to make your programming simpler and much easier. Now moving on to a second extension. Our second extension will be PHP mess detector. Now what PHP mess detector does is it analyzes your PHP code on every save. Now there's no additional setup required if PHP is already installed on your system, which already is. So to see what it does, let us install it. Now before that, let us go back to test.php and let me just open this. Now here you can see the output of your code. So if you go back to PHP mess detector, install it and go back to your code, you can see PHP mess detector is visible here, and after everything that you write, it analyzes your code after every save. And it is pretty useful while writing big and complex PHP codes. Now let's move on to the next extension, which would be PHP auto close tag. Now what PHP auto close tag, as the name suggests, does is when you open a tag, whenever you write a tag that is suppose HTML or body, etc., anything that you write, it will automatically close the tag and you can simply start writing the code. So this extension has saved me a lot of time finding what problem is in my code, fixing the bug, when actually it was just that I did not close the tag. So suppose I write HTML, and as you can see, it automatically closes the tag and you can simply start writing the code. Now moving on to our next tag, that would be PHP FMT, that is PHP formatter. Now what it does is it formats your code with proper indentation, and well, your code looks much more readable after this. So let me just show you. I've already created a test2.php. Let me just close this. So as you can see, this code is not indented at all, and one might have trouble understanding what is going on and what part of code is under what loops and statements. So we go back to our extension, PHP formatter, install it, go back to test2. Now, when you right click, after installing this extension, you can see format document section available then. When you click on it, the code gets automatically indented and looks much more readable now. So as you may notice, all these codes comes under the if conditions, and rest of the code looks much more readable now. Now the last extension that I'm going to discuss is PHP debug. Now this extension, you may not use it on a very regular basis, but this extension is very helpful when you want to debug your code and see what's wrong with it. All the instructions on how to use this extension are written alongside it, and how to install, how to use, how to install extra softwares in order to completely utilize its potential. Since this extension is a debug adapter between Visual Studio Code and Xdebug website that was developed by Derek Rithens. So I'm going to install it, and this is the very website Xdebug where any of your code is debugged. So these are some of the extensions that you need to begin or ease your journey into PHP. There are a lot more extensions available for PHP, and you can explore more into them as you move forward. We will look at PHP in get and post. So all of us know that PHP is a scripting language for creating web pages. But what is get and post? There are two ways the browser client can send information to the web server: the get method and the post method. Let's understand get method in detail first. The get method sends the encoded user information appended to the page request. The page and the encoded information are separated by the question mark character. Now let's know more about the get method. The get method produces a long string that appears in your server logs in the browser's location box. It is restricted to send up to 1024 characters only. Also, never use the get method if you have a password or other sensitive information to be sent to the server, since it will show in the browser's location box. Next, the get can't be used to send binary data like images or Word documents to the server. Also, the data sent by get method can be accessed using the query string environment variable. Now let us try writing a code to understand the get method better. So as you can see, we have got the output. But if you look at the link, it has an ampersand symbol along with the username and age we entered. Now, before the browser sends the information, it encodes it using a scheme called URL encoding. In this scheme, name-value pairs are joined with equal sign and different pairs are separated by the ampersand. Also, as we discussed earlier, the page request and the encoded information is separated by a question mark sign. So that was all about the get method. Moving on to the next one, let's have a look at the post method. Now, the post method transfers information via HTTP headers. The information is encoded as described in the get method and put into a header called query string. The post method does not have any restrictions on data size to be sent. The post method can be used to send ASCII as well as binary data, and the data sent by post method goes through HTTP header. So security depends on HTTP protocol used. By using secure HTTP, you can make sure that your information is secure. Now, let's have a look at the code now. Now you must be wondering if both the methods give the same output, so what is the difference between them? Well, the major difference between post and get method is that get method carries request parameters appended in URL string. As you can see here, the parameters are visible in the URL, while post carries request parameters in message body, which makes it more secure way of transferring data from client to the destination. As you can see, there is no information in the URL. Now, a lot of people have raised a request to create a code on the request method too. So let me tell you, the request variable can be used to get the result from form data sent with both the get and post methods. Let us try out a code for the request method too. As you can see, we have got the output. Today, we will learn how to link MySQL database to your HTML code with the help of PHP. Now, to do that, we will build a simple registration form whose data will be uploaded to the MySQL database. And in this tutorial, you will learn how to create that database, how to link it to your web page, and also how to delete the tables or entries from the database. Now, before proceeding, I am expecting that you guys have some basic understanding of HTML, PHP, and MySQL. So, without further ado, let's get started. Also guys, for this tutorial, we'll be working on XAMPP and Visual Studio Code. Now let's get started. So first, we'll open the C drive, XAMPP folder, htdocs, and let us create a folder. Let's name it tutorial, and open the Visual Studio Code and start writing the code for a registration page. Let's create a file and name it index.php. Let's give the title as registration form and close the head. Now let's give some heading to a registration page. Now to make it a little more interesting, let us suppose the registration page is for a blood donation camp. So we will name our heading as the blood donation camp and close it. Now let's give some background color to the page. Now to give some background color, we need to first know the code for it. Let's search for color codes. Well, I like the saffron one. Let's copy the code, paste it here. Write div, a heading for the page registration form. Now, as you can notice, I wrote this heading as H1 and this one as H2, since this will be a little smaller from the first one. Let's close the div. And write a form. Now, in this action part, write connect.php, and this is the file which we'll be creating later in order to connect our registration page to the database. And method as post. Let's name it user. So the first entry would be name. Input type would be text. And we have to give every entry a name in order to use it in the PHP code to connect to a database. Let's give this name. Now what I did here is I put the required keyword here, which would make it compulsory to fill this section of the form in order to continue. I'm giving these break lines to not make the form clumsy. Email, so naturally this would be the label for email. And let me skip ahead with this section. So I have written the code for the different fields that we're going to have in a registration page. So the first one was name, second email, third would be the phone number, and fourth obviously the blood group of the person registering. As you can notice, I have given necessary type for different fields. So for email, I've given the type as email. For blood group, text, and phone as text in case someone wants to enter the entire phone number with the country code. So now let us create an input button that would be submit, and name, let us keep it submit. ID would be submit. Let's close our form and close the web page too. Now let's save it and check if it's working correctly. Now let's open the browser. Before that, first we need to open the XAMPP control panel and start our Apache server and MySQL server. And now let us go to the localhost, type a folder name that is tutorial, and open the form. Well, there seems to be a problem. The other fields are not visible. Let's open a code and see what did we do wrong. Yeah, well, there's a spelling mistake here, and since I copy pasted the code, the mistake got copy pasted too. Well, let's save it again and check if it's working correctly. Yes, perfect. Now, before moving on to creating our connect.php file, we first need to create our database itself. So first we need to go to XAMPP control panel and click on admin. Now this will open the PHP MyAdmin section, where we will go to new and create our database. Okay, let us name our database as test1. Let us give it 5 fields and name it users. First field would be ID and it would be auto implemented. Second, we will name it as name. 250. Email. This will also be varchar. Third one would be phone. Variable characters, since people can enter the plus sign to enter the country codes. And finally, we will have our blood group. And let's create our table here. Well, as you can see, this is the structure of the table and the table is created. Now when you will click on browse, it will show you the data in this table itself. Since we haven't entered any data yet, it is blank. Now let's open a code editor and create a file connect.php and let's get started. Now here we will have to enter the name we gave to a submit button. Now that would be submit. Now we will create a variable to create a connection and we'll be using the MySQL underscore connect function to do that. Here we will have to enter the name of the server since our server is the locally hosted server. So we will have to type localhost. Now the type of user, that would be root. Now the third part is for the password. Since we don't have a password for our database, it would be blank. And the fourth would be the name of our database, that is test1. Now we will also check if connection is not complete. We will have to display an error, connection failed. Now in this if condition, we will check if the entries in the fields of the registration form are null or not. We will have to do the same for the second. Second one was, I'm sorry I did not enter the, email. A third entry was phone. And a fourth and final entry would be the blood group. I think we're done here. And now we will have to create variables to pick data from the registration fields in a registration page. Now this post will be picking data, what we'll be entering here. Now here we will have to enter the name we have given here. So for the name field, we have given the name as name itself. So we'll be writing it here. Now let's copy this code and make the changes. This would be email. Let us also name it email. This would be phone. This would also be phone, and last one would be blood group. Now, I am naming these variables same as the name I've given, because naming everything differently would just create confusion in your code. Now let us enter these details into our database. Now insert into SQL command. Now this would be the table name, users name, email, phone, and blood group. Now we will have to send the respective values. That would be the variables that we just created. So first would be name, second would be email, phone, and blood group. Now that we have entered the data into the database, let's create a query to connect it with a command and give a message if it's successful or not. Entry successful. Else error occurred. Let us close our PHP script here and save the code, and let's see if it's working. So let's go back to a registration form and give some details to it. So let us name Sam, sam@mail.com, phone would be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and the blood group can be O positive. Well, there's some error that we've experienced on line 4. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we did not close this. Okay, let's save it and try again. Another error on line 12. What do we have here now? Okay, so this is my SQLi, not my SQL. Save, resend the form, and entry successful. Now if the entry is successful, you need to go to your database, which I've shown to you earlier. Go to the table users, and we can see the details present here: sam@mail.com, the phone number, and the blood group. So now that we know how to create a database, link our database to our HTML form, and see the details into the database entered, we can also delete these details from this PHP section itself. So as you can see, to delete this field, I just have to click on this delete button. Okay, and the field is gone. Also, if you want to delete this users, go to your database, click on users and click on drop. What it will do is it will drop the entire table. And if you want to delete your database itself, click on this database icon and click on drop the database. Now this will remove the entire database and all the tables associated with it. Now let's enter one more set of details to double check it. Let us give it mac@mail.com. That would be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, and the blood group would be A positive. And the entry is successful. So to check it, we need to go to a database, our table users, and there we have it, mac@mail.com, and the rest of the details. Today we are discussing everything about CRUD operators in PHP. Let's begin with the definition first. CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete. These are the four fundamental functions of persistent storage. These operators are used in creating user interface conventions that help us to view, search, and modify data via computer-based forms and reports. Basically, the data is read, built, updated, and deleted. Moving forward, let me talk about the purpose of these operations one by one with the help of demo codes. But first things first, let's create a database. To do that, open XAMPP control panel and start Apache and MySQL. Now let's quickly open our web browser, open the localhost and go to phpMyAdmin section. Now let's create a new database and name it MyDB. Let's name the table users and we will have 6 fields in it. The first would be ID. It would be integer and auto incremented since it would be the primary key. The second would be first name, type varchar, let's give it 250. The third would be last name, variable character. Similarly, next would be an email, password, and finally gender. So now that our table has been created, let's move on to the coding part. Now first we are going to create a file named config.php to configure the database. Now we will create variables and I will explain the use to you later. Now this is the default username for a localhost. Now the default password for a database is empty since there is no password in a database. And the database name would be MyDB. That's what we have named our database. Now let's quickly create the connection using con variable MySQLi command server name, username, password, and the database name. Now this will create a connection for our database. And now let's also check for errors while creating the database. Now, if an error is found while connecting to the database, it will show a message as connection failed. Now let's end the file and move on to understanding the different CRUD operations. Now first comes create. So let us also create a new file and name it create.php. Now the create procedure adds the insert statement to create a new record. Now let's write the code for this. Now what this line will do is it will act as a link between the configuration.php file and this create.php to connect to the database. Now we are checking if the submit button on the form is pressed. Now when the submit button on the form will be pressed, the fields are required to be sent to the database. So for that, we first need to create different variables. Similarly, last name, these are the names that we have given to the different sections in the table of our database. Password was password, and finally gender. Now let's write the SQL query, insert into the name of the table, that is users, and now we need to name the fields we are going to be entering the details into. Since ID is auto-incremented, we are going to be starting with first name, similarly last name, email, password, and lastly gender. Now these are the fields we are going to be entering data into. Now the values would be the variables that we've just created, which are getting the data from the form using the post function into the variables. So first name. Similarly, last name, email, password, and gender. So the code to enter the values into the database is complete. Now let's also execute the query. To do that, we will send the query using the connect and put the attribute as SQL fields. Now, if the records are created, it will display a successful message. Else, in case of an error, it will show an error message. Now let's close the connection using the close function and move on to creating our HTML form. Now let's give a heading here. Now since this is a registration page, let's give the heading as sign up form and create the form. Let's leave the action field as blank and method would be, since we're using post, the method would be post. Now I'll just skip ahead with this form part. Now as you can see, I've completed the code for the registration form, which will include the first name, last name, password, and gender. Now let's save it and move on to the next part, that is the view procedure. Now the view procedure table records data based on the primary key noted within the input parameter. Now let's create another file named view.php for it and write its code. Now I will run the entire code in a single go and explain how these different CRUD operations are working on the web page. Now let's write the query to get the data from the users table. From users Now this will retrieve all the data from the table. Also, let us execute the query using connect query and pass SQL into it. And the PHP script and write our HTML code. The title would be view page. Now I'm linking this page to a Bootstrap CSS document to make it look somewhat stylish, since basic HTML page looks pretty boring. Now to do that, we are going to be using the reference, and I have added the link for the CSS file. Now let's complete the rest of the page. We are heading to this division, users. Now this will also display the ID from a table. So we are going to be creating a different set of column to display the ID. Similarly, it will be the same for the rest of the fields. So I'll just copy this code. This will be for email, gender, and editor. Email, gender, and action. Let's close it. Let's put it on the next line. Now this will check if there is data present in our database. Now if there is data, we are going to be fetching the same data Similar codes will be written for the rest of the fields. So we will let me just copy and paste and change the details. First name, last name, email, and gender. These are the codes for the edit and delete commands. And finally, let us close the page. Now let's quickly move on to the third part, update file, and write its code. Now, when the update button for the form is clicked, we need this code to process it. And similarly for the rest of the fields, let's quickly change user ID. This would be ID, last name, last name, all of our variables are complete. Now let's write the query for the SQL. Update name of the table, users, and set first name is equals to first name, and similarly for the rest of the code. Now let's execute the query. Pass SQL to it. Again, if the record is a successful updation, pass successful message, and if any error has occurred, we will give an error message for it. Now, if ID variable is set in the URL, we know that we need to edit a record. To do that, we will again write a code using get method Now we will write SQL command to get the data. And execute a query. This is a very similar code to what we have written earlier. To fetch the data if the number of rows is greater than 0. Now what I am going to do is I am going to also skip ahead for the code for this update form. Now this is the code for the update form. And now, last but not the least, we will create the file for delete and write a code very similar to how we have written the rest of the codes. Let's write the SQL query, the same old routine. So as you guess, I'm going to be skipping ahead with some part of the code. Now this is the code for our delete.php file, and now we will save all these files and go to a browser and try to check if they run correct. Now let's open the localhost first and go to phpMyAdmin and open our users field here. So as you can see, I've already created a record here. I'll create another one to show you how. For that, let's go to localhost, demo, and go to create.php. So second record, let's name it map x. Simplilearn b. Now the email would be mapx@simplylearnb.com. Password and submit. New record created successfully. Now let's refresh it, and as you can notice, we have created another record here. Now let's go to localhost again, and what was our next operation for crud? It was create our read, that would be view.php. Now view.php displays both of the records that we have saved in our database. Now these number differences would be because I have created and deleted 2 more records before recording this part of the video. Now let's go to edit section of any of these records. So as you may notice, it opens the update.php file, user update form. Also, the thing to notice is that it refers to the ID that we are updating in the URL itself. Now, since we clicked on the edit part of the first field, it is updating the first field itself. Now let's update it. Miss xxxxx abc@xyz.com and update. Record updated successfully. Now let's check the record, and yes, the record is updated. Now since we are done with the 2 parts, create, read, and even the third part, update, CRU, Now let's move on to the D, that is delete. Let's go to the delete. For that, we would have to go to the view.php itself. Now, let us delete this second field, macx simplilearnb, macx@simplilearnb.com. Delete. Now, you may notice the URL delete.php id 4. Now, id equals to 4 is deleted from the database. Let's check. And yes, the file from the database has been deleted. So, this is how we perform our CRUD operations with the help of PHP and MySQL database. Today, we are going to have a video session on PHP form validation. So what does this actually mean? Okay, well, let me give you an example here. So when you try to create an account on Facebook or Instagram, you submit a form, and then that form is cross-verified with the code written in the backend. So today, we are going to do the same process in this video. Now we will have a look at two demos. Now in the first demo, we will create a form, and in the second one, we will validate it. So let's get started with the first demo. But first things first, let's quickly open C drive, XAMPP folder, htdocs, and create a folder. Let's name it validation and open our code editor here. And let's create a first file, form.php. Now I'm going to write the code for the registration form. Now here what we're doing is we are creating the different variables for the form and we are setting it to empty values. Let me put that in a comment too. Now as you can see, the form will contain full name, email, number, comment, gender and age. Now for this demo, the username, email and mobile number fields will be text input elements, while the comment field will be a text area. Let's write the rest of the code. Now we are defining the test input function which we are calling in the above if statement. Let's start creating the form and add the method to post. Action would be So I skipped ahead and created all the details required in the form. So the details would be full name, its input type would be text. Just wait, yeah, it's okay now. Second would be email, similarly number, age, comment. Now notice the comment would be a text area instead of a simple input type. Gender and a submit button. Now the form is complete. We have to write another PHP script to display the details. I'll just skip ahead in this part too. So now that we can display all of the variables from the form, let's close the PHP script and also close our form. Now let me explain some parts of the code to you before we move on to the web page part. So here we have post. So this function is used at the time of form submission. Now during that time, the form data is sent with method equals to post. Second would be the server section. Now this server PHP self is a global variable that returns the file name of the code. Now also HTML special characters function converts special characters to HTML entities. Now this prevents attackers from exploiting the code by injecting HTML or JavaScript codes. That is cross-site referencing scripting attacks in forms. So now that we know what these functions do, let us jump and see if our web page works okay. For that, first open XAMPP control panel and start the Apache server. And now let's open the browser and type localhost followed by the folder name. That would be validation and then a file name form.php. So yes, the form looks good. Let's add some name to it. Email xyz.com. Number is optional, but let's add some number to it. Age would be 20. Comment would be hello, welcome to Simplilearn. Gender would be male, and let's click here. Yes, so our input is visible and the form works perfectly. Now let's move on ahead with our second demo, that is validating a form. Now we will be writing a code but with slight variations. Now the fields like full name, email address and websites will be added here, and these three fields will show an error if an incorrect input is given. Now however, the code is validated against the input and returns an alert message if an incorrect data is entered. Let's go to the code editor and create another file, and let's name it validate.php and write another code for it. Now I've added some color for the error that will be shown into the form. Again, let us write comment for it, define variables and set to empty, and our variables would be name err, that is error. Similarly, email err, gender err, and the rest of the fields. Let's give the else command for it. Now if no error found or the field entered is correct, the name will be displayed as we displayed the name in the form.php file. With the help of post name. Now what we are going to do is, now we will check if name only contains letters and white spaces. And this would be email ERR. Now we will check if the email address is well formed or not. To do that, we will again use an if statement. I think I have used emi somewhere since it's showing here emai. So let's check before it throws an error in our code. There's email, yeah. Okay, we made a mistake here. So this else was not supposed to be closed here. Let's move it ahead. Yeah, I think this looks good. Let's write another code for another variable that is website, and do the same thing again. Website Now we will check if the URL address syntax is valid or not. So which is be a single Now we will write the test input function as we did in the form section. So let's just copy it from there since it's going to be the same. Now let's write the PHP script for the form validation section. Form method would be post. Action would be PHP script again. I'll just skip ahead with this part of the program. So now that we have our complete form here, let's close it. As you can see, we have entered full name, email address, website, comments, and gender parts to the form. Now let's write a final PHP script to display the details. Since this will also be similar to the last part, we will just copy it from there and make the necessary changes. So what we don't have is full name. This would be just name, email. This would be a website. There's no number. It's deleted. There's a comment and there's a gender. Let's close the script and also close our web page. Now let's save the file, open a browser and check if our web page is working correctly. Type localhost, the name of the folder and the name of your file. Okay, so let's write something mac xyz at the. Now let's not write something after it so that the email address would be wrong. Just to check, 123 dot c comment anything would do, gender male, and let's click on submit. So as you can see, it shows enter a valid website URL and the email address is incorrect. Let us also check by writing an incorrect name, that would be mac1, email address macxyz@ and 123.c. Now it's showing the error for the name too. Okay, let's write something that is correct. mac@gmail.com. Website would be www.simplilearn.com. Comment could be anything. Mail, and no errors here. As you can see, we have got the output. In this video, we will learn how to create a registration page using PHP, HTML, some CSS, and XAMPP software. Then we will use that data and store it in a MySQL database. So let us begin and start writing our code first. Now to do that, we need to go to my computer, C drive. Now XAMPP folder, this is the folder where our XAMPP software is installed. Here, locate to htdocs and let us now create a folder for our tutorial and name it tutorial. Now we'll open this folder in Visual Studio Code and start writing a program. So let us create a first file here and name it register.html. Now this will be the HTML file. That is the whole structure of how a registration page will look. Now registration page. Now this will be the title of our web page. I think that's enough. Now let us move on to the body of the page. Now I'm going to write register in an H1 font for the heading, and now we'll create a form. Action would be the name register.php and method would be post. Okay, so the first label that I'm going to create will be for the username. So in a registration form, I'm going to keep it simple. I'm just going to include 3 categories. That would be username, password, and a third one would be email. So to create the label for username, so you always have to keep in mind whatever name you're giving here or in the database, whichever you write first, since the name has to match. So I'm giving username the name username, and that's it for a label. Now let us create another label for before that. Input type for this will be text. Name, as we've already written, will be username. Placeholder with display username. And I'm going to put this field as required, which means that the user cannot leave this field empty. Second one would be label for password. Now I am going to give its input type as password, and you'll know the reason later. You can also give input type for the password as text, but it will not be secure then. password ID will be password, and this is also a required field. Now let us move on to the label for our last section, that will be email, and give its input type email. Yes, and email can be set as an input type. Name email, placeholder will display email, and you guessed it right, this is also a required field. I think this is it for the registration HTML. Now we move on to creating our CSS page in order for this HTML structure to look good. Well, wait a second, I left off a pretty important section of the registration form, that is the register button itself. So let me just, no, not form, let me just create the registration button. It will be of type submit, and value displayed would be register. Now we'll move on to creating the CSS file, and let us create a new file and name it style.css. So the code for style.css is already prepared. So instead of writing the entire code line by line, I'm just going to paste it, and you can see how it works. So this is the CSS code that will make a registration form look a little better. So I have created different sections for different sections of the registration form. So this will be the registration form input button. This is for the color of the submit button, and the rest of the form, as you can see. Now, in order for the style.css file to work, we need to link this file style.css to register.html. Now, how do we do that? We go on to the register.html back, and we add just one extra line in the head of the program. So here what we are doing is we are referencing our style.css page into this page itself. Now that's it. Now both of these pages that we've just created are linked to each other, and now at least our registration form structure is complete. It does not work yet, but it will soon. Now before creating the register.php code, let us first create our database so that we have some understanding of what is going on around everything. So to create a database, what we need to do is open XAML, start the Apache and MySQL server. Now go to your browser and open the localhost phpMyAdmin. Now create a new database Let us name it form. Click on create. Now let us name our table as users. Number of columns would be 4. The first column will be ID, which will be auto incremented. Second will be username. Make sure to use the same name that we've used in the code so that the code does not malfunction. It will be of type variable character. Password will also be a variable character. Email. And now, so as you can see, this is the structure of our table of a database form. Now let us move on to finally writing the rest of the code for our registration form. So now that we have our database complete, let us move on to back to our code and create the register.php file. Now the first thing that we need to do while creating the PHP code is we need to connect our code with our database that we just created. So this is why I stopped in between and created a database so that you understand better how this code is functioning. Now database host, since we are using XAMPP to locally host a server, this will be localhost. Our user will be the root user. Since we have not set any password on the database, it will be empty. And finally, the name of our database. What did we name our database? It was form. Now I will create a variable con to connect our database with our code. So we have created host, user, password, and finally name. Now we have got to add an error message which will check if the database is connected or not. So will be error connecting to the database. Now let us add some code to check if any variable is empty or not. Now, if any of the field is left empty while filling the registration form, it will display the following message: empty field. Now, let us add another if code and check. So now that we have added validation into our code, now what we need to do next is check whether the username or the details that the user has entered into the registration form already exists or not, and if it does, display an error message, and if the details are new, enter the details into our database. Now to do that, let us write another if statement. Now here I am writing an SQL command which will select ID password from users, that is the name of a table where username, and here we are going to check if the username entered still exists or not. Now if the number of rows is greater than 0, which means username already exists, so we need to display an error message that would be username already exists. Try again. And if it does not, now in this else part we will be writing the code to send our data into the database. Now here, instead of selecting, we are going to insert the data into users, which is a table, and the fields will be username, password, email, and that's it. Now the password variable is going to fetch the details of the password field and email. Add another statement to execute and display another message. Now since we have entered our data into the database, we need to display a following message too. This would do. Now this will display an error message in case something goes wrong. And now, since we have completed this part of the code, let us end our statement Close the connection with the database here and end our PHP script. So now that our code is complete, now let us run the code and check if it works fine. So our Apache server is running. Let's go back to a browser. Open the localhost, name of the folder. So as you can see, register pages are visible here, register.html, and create a user, Tony @ironfan.com. You have successfully registered and you can now log in. So let us now check if it's visible in our database. So our database is forms, users, and as you can see, the file that we just created, Tony, is visible here in our database along with the email. And one thing that you may notice is that the password is not visible here. Since we use the hash protection for passwords, so passwords will not even be visible to the database admins. So this is how you create a registration form with the help of HTML, PHP, XAMPP, and MySQL database. In this tutorial, we'll create a simple login system using PHP and MySQL. Now, this tutorial is comprised of two parts. In the first part, we'll create a login form, and in the second part, we'll create a logout form. Also, we will show you how to create a database in order to access the login web page as well. Now, first things first, let us quickly go to C, XAMPP, htdocs, and create a folder. Let's name it demo, and quickly open our Visual Studio Code. Now, for this tutorial, we'll be creating a set of files for different functions. Now, there will be 6 in total. Let us first create these files and we'll write the code later. Now, the first file would be index.php. Now, this is the file that will be responsible for the login page where we'll enter a username and password to login. Now, the second file would be login.php. Now, this file will be responsible for how our login system will work. Similarly, there will be a logout file that will be responsible for how our logout function will work. Next would be home.php. Now, this is the file for our home page when we log in into our account. Next would be a file to link our web page to the database. That would be database connection.php. And finally, we'll add a CSS file to make the page look better. Now let's get on to writing our code. First, let's begin with index.php. Now in this page, we will create the login page. Let's add the title as login. Now here I'm going to link this page to the CSS file that we're going to write later. Now in this reference, we'll refer it to the style.css file we created. Let's create a form. Now since login.php is responsible for how our login page will work, we will link this index.php to login.php. Method would be post. Let us add a heading, login. Now this part of the code will be checking for error and displaying error if something wrong happens. Now we will add our username and password fields. Let's add another label for password. Input type would also be password. Now let us add the login button. It would say login and our form here Now our index.php code is complete. Now let's move on to login.php and write its code. Now what we are going to do is we are going to connect this page with the database page. Now here we will be validating the data entered in the form. Let us create a variable for username and password. Make sure you're not making any spelling mistakes, otherwise you will run into errors. Now what this code is doing is it's checking if there's an entry in the username and password field, and if it is empty it will display the message as username is required. Similarly, what we're going to do is we are going to create an else if that would check if the password field is empty and display an error message in a similar way. Now that is set up, let's import our data from our database. Now we have not created the database yet, but we'll write the SQL query and we'll create a database later. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to name my table as users. So here I'm writing select star from users, where username would be the value we passed, and similarly password would also be the value that we passed. Now this is where if the password and username match with what we have in our database, it will display a message as logged in. Now we are going to create a session that would be a login session. Now ID will also be a field in our database that would be auto incremented and work as the primary key. Okay, if function is complete, time to write the else part. Now the else part would be if the username or password you have entered does not match with the one we have in our database. So it would display incorrect username or password as the error message. Location will be same, index.php. So now we have our login.php file also complete. Now let's get on to our home.php file and quickly write the code for it. We will start the session. Now this would be our home page. Let us also link it to the CSS file, style.css. Now with this PHP script we will display the username of the person that's logged in. So suppose my username would be Mac, so it would display hello Mac. We will very soon see the practical demo for it too. Now we will link this home page with the logout session, that is logout.php, and end this. Okay, so home.php is also complete. So next would be to work on the logout part. Now this is a very small code since it is only working to end any session that has been created. Now first unset the session and then destroy it. Now can you guess the location? It would be index.php. Now see, this is all the code for the logout file. Now finally we will move on to database connection file, where we will connect our entire web page, these entire 4 files, to the database. So we are going to create variables for, let us name it, since we have already used uname for username. Now this is the name for the server, and since we are hosting a server locally, it is localhost. Now the next variable would be for the name of the Okay, let us change the spelling. This would be name of the default database. Password would be blank since by default there is no password. And this is the name of the database that we are going to keep. Now let us keep the name of our database as test underscore database. Now we'll pass the variables that we just created. Now we will check if the connection that we have created is working or not, and if not, we will display a message as connection failed. Now all of our files are complete. The only thing left is style.css. Now since style.css is only for the looks of the web page and is not a very necessary file for our login function, I will just copy paste the code that I have already written, and let us now move on to creating our database. Now to do that, first open XAMPP control panel and go to your browser and type localhost, go to phpMyAdmin and click on new database. Now the name that we wrote for the database in our code was test underscore db, so we will have to name it the same here too. Database has been created. The table name would be users. Number of columns would be 3. The first column would be for the ID and it will be auto incremented. Now ID will act as also the primary key for this table. Second would be user name, 100 would be okay, and the third would be password. Now as you can see, our table users has been created with ID, username and password. Now let us open our login page. Now this is our login page. So to log in, we first need some credentials in the database. Now we don't have that kind of time to go on and create a registration page for it too. So let us just manually add one or two records into the database from here, phpMyAdmin itself. So now what we are going to do is we are going to this insert section, and under the username let us type Mac and password would be 12345. So let's go back to browse, and as you can see we have our credentials here. Mac password is 12345. So let's add just one other, Simplilearn. Its password would be ABCDE, and yes, so we have both of our credentials now. Now let's go to the login page and try to log in with the credentials that we just created. So okay, let us first enter a wrong password to check if our error messages are working correctly. Yes, absolutely. So it's showing incorrect username or password since the password I entered was incorrect. Now let us leave this username blank, enter some random password. So it is showing username is required. So our program is working perfectly. Now let's enter the correct credentials. And yes, so this is our home page and it is showing hello with the username that have logged in Mac. And now we have got that logout button which will end this session and take us back to the login page. Now let's try to log into our second account. And hello Simplilearn. We will learn what is REST API with PHP. Now let's get started. Now suppose you want to create a weather app for weather forecast in your area. Now to do that, you have to set up a supercomputer and a satellite to monitor the real-time weather. But I wish everyone could be that rich. Now for those who cannot afford the setup, you can get the same information from an existing web service using an API. Now, an API acts as a medium between a web service and your application, which helps you communicate your request with the service and get a response. So, in this video, we'll be learning about what is REST API, principles of REST API, how does a REST API work, and finally, creating a sample REST API with the help of PHP. Now, let's move on and see what exactly is REST API. API stands for Application Programming Interface. Now, API is a set of protocols which acts as a medium of communication between programs. In other words, it is a way two programs talk to each other. Now let us understand this with an example. Suppose you, the client, go to a restaurant to eat. Now here the restaurant is supposed to be the server. How do you communicate your order to the kitchen? Here the waiter comes in the picture. Now here the waiter acts as a medium between you, the client, and restaurant, the server, to send your request to the kitchen and get food in return as per requested. This is exactly what an API does. So now that we have an understanding of API, let us look at what REST means in REST API. Now REST stands for Representational State Transfer. It is an architectural style which defines a set of protocols of how an API is written. Now, REST follows a set of principles for the design and development of an API. Now, it is a very efficient technology as REST takes less bandwidth over similar other technologies. So now that we know what REST API is, let us move on to understanding the principles on which a REST API is designed. Now, the first principle is client server. The second, stateless. Third, cacheable. Fourth, uniform interface. Fifth, layered system. And sixth, code on demand. Now, let us understand these principles one by one. Client server. A REST API design works on the concept that the client and server should be isolated from one another and develop independently. This helps in increasing manageability across various platforms. Stateless. Now, according to this principle, REST APIs should be stateless, which means calls can be made independent of one another. Also, every request sent from the client to the server must include all the info needed to comprehend the request. Cacheable. This principle states that a REST API should be able to hold cacheable data. The data in the response should be indirectly or directly categorized as cacheable or non-cacheable. Uniform interface. According to this principle, there should be a uniform interface across all devices and platforms for the interaction between application and server. Layered systems. Now, REST API's architecture includes several layers that operate together to construct a hierarchy that helps generate a more scalable and flexible application. Now, due to the REST API layered system, the application has better security as components in each layer cannot interact outside the subsequent layer. Moreover, it balances loads and offers shared caches for stimulating scalability. Now the last, code on demand. Now this is optional, but this principle allows for coding to be communicated through the API as executable code to the client to be used within the application. We now know on what principles an API is designed. Now let us see how an API works. Now REST API makes use of HTTP methods to implement various tasks based on the client request. So the HTTP method uses crud to perform various operations on the server. Crud here stands for create, read, update, and delete. Now in case of HTTP methods, post method is used to create, get method to read data, put method to update it, and delete method to delete data. So I hope you have some understanding of what REST APIs are, principles on which they are designed, and how do they work. Now let us move on to creating a sample REST API with the help of PHP. So first let us open the XAMPP control panel and start our Apache and MySQL servers. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to create a database for my API. let us name it API, and let us name the table as users. It will have 4 columns. First one would be ID, integer, and it will be auto incremented. The second, let us name it as name. Third would be age, and finally email. Now name would be a text and email will also be a text. Let us quickly save this, and now we have a table for us. Now let us add some data into the table. So Mac, age would be 21, email would be mac@xyz.com. Now let us create another entry. Name could be Simplilearn, age 30, email simplilearn@xyz.com. Now as you can see, we have added 2 rows with the data that we just entered. Now let us move on to the Visual Studio Code and see XAMPP, htdocs, and let us create a new folder. Let's name it API and open with Visual Studio Code. Let's create a new file. Let us name it tutorial.php, and now let us start writing our code. Now first what I'm going to do is I am going to connect my database with this code. Now since the database is locally hosted, it will be local host root. Since there's no password, this field has to be empty. Now what was the name of a database? That is API. That is what we have to enter here. Now this is a variable to get the response from the server or the database. Okay, there's something wrong. Now it seems like my opening curly braces key is not working, so I had to open this on-screen keyboard. We don't need you right now. Now let us create another variable named SQL. Now this command will select all the data from our table users. Again, we are going to need the curly braces. What I'm doing here is I'm creating a variable as a counter and I'm going to give it a value of 0. Now let us create a while loop, and in this while loop I am going to fetch the data and display it in JSON format. Now we are going to write the names of all the rows that we created in a table. Now I'm just going to copy paste it, otherwise we'll have to use this on-screen keyboard again and again. Second one was name, age and email. Now what I'm going to do is I will plus the counter. Now to display it is in JSON format, we have to write JSON encode with the response error message, and now let us end the code. Let us go and quickly save our code, open a browser, go to the localhost API. This is the folder that we created. Now as you can see, a tutorial.php is visible here, and when you click on it you can see the data from the database being extracted with the help of API in JSON format. In this video on PHP web development, we will learn how to create a website with the help of PHP. We'll also be using HTML, CSS, Bootstrap and MySQL in this tutorial. So get ready to create your very own website. Now, before we get started with the step-by-step tutorial, let me give you a glimpse of the website that I'll be building in this video. So let me just quickly go to my browser and type in localhost followed by the name of the folder where I've created the website. So I'll be making a photo gallery website like this. So in case you're a photographer, you can build a similar website in order to showcase your talent. And if not, you can always create your own personal website for anything you're passionate about. So without any further delay, let's get right onto a tutorial. So first things first, let me show you the environment that we'll be working on while creating a website. So we are going to be needing two softwares, that is Visual Studio Code that we'll be using as our IDE, the code editor, and the second one would be XAMPP. Now XAMPP is a web server solution package which we generally use in order to manage a database and create a local web server. You can download it from these respective websites. Since I've already downloaded both of these softwares, so we'll be skipping that. Now let us begin. So after that you've installed both of these softwares, just go to your C drive, locate XAMPP folder, and inside the XAMPP folder look for htdocs, and inside this htdocs name a folder. You can name it anything. I'll be naming it photo since I'm creating a website regarding photos, and then right click inside this folder and click on open with code. So this opens up our Visual Studio Code, and as you can see our photo folder is visible here. Now also one thing that we need to do is go back to this photo folder, right click and create two new folders. First one would be CSS. So it's considered a good practice, even if you're using just a single CSS file, it is considered a good practice to create a separate CSS folder inside your project folder. Also create another folder and name it images. So this is where we'll be keeping all the images for the website. So let us go back to Visual Studio Code. So as you can see, both of these folders are now visible here. Now go on and click on new file. The first file that we are going to create is index.php. And inside this index.php, we'll be writing the code for the main page of a website. So let us start. First, click on an exclamation mark, and as you can see, a block of code already written is visible here now. So we just need to add a few things. First, that is, put the title would be, of course, photo gallery. Next up, we need to add a few links to our web page in order for it to function well. So the first link would be this is a link to link this page to Bootstrap. You can also easily find it on the internet, or you can just type in from here. Let me just go to the browser to check if this link is working. Yeah, Seems fine to me. Now we are going to add another link to it. Now this link will be for the link for a CSS file that we'll be creating later on. Since we'll be putting that CSS file inside a CSS folder, I am going to link it to style.css. So that's it. We are done for the first part of our code. Now let's end this head section and move on to the body section of our web page. So inside this body section, what we first need is to add a few scripts for our page, which will be responsible for the design of our web page. So these are the three scripts that I'll be linking to our web page. You can just look and write them as it is. Also, keep these three scripts at the end of your body. So any code that we'll be writing inside body will be above these three scripts. Now let's design the web page. So the first thing that we'll be needing is a navigation bar in a web page. So let us quickly go to the browser. So instead of writing an entire big block of code, we can just copy it from the internet. So Bootstrap provides you with many such designs. So what we're going to do is we will type in navbar bootstrap and hit enter. So as you can see, just scroll down, and as you can see, this is the navigation bar which this code will display. Also, there are different navigation bars according to your need along with the code. So you can just copy any of the one you like. I'm going to be copying this one. Click on copy, go back to the code and just paste it. So now what we have here is our navigation bar ready. So let us go to the browser and check how does our web page look. So after the local host, what we're going to do is we will write the name of the folder in which we are writing our project, which is photo. Well, there seems to be some problem since this nav bar is lacking the CSS design. Let us go back to our code and see what went wrong. Well, yes, this CSS file that we linked here, after CSS there is not a dot but a slash. I think it should work fine now. Well, the problem still persists. Let me go back and recheck. Well, yeah, I've made some spelling error here. This is bootstrap, not botstrap. And let us go back, reload. And yes, as you can see, our navigation bar is well and good. Let's go back and make some changes to our navigation bar. The first change that I'm going to be making is I will change the color theme of the nav bar to dark, not mark. Yeah, go back, reload, and looks better. Now here photo gallery, good. Also, since I'll be using the drop down menu, it is absolutely up to you if you want to use it or not. Since I'll be using it, I'll just change the name to categories, and the three category will be, the first is nature photographs, the second would be architecture, and the third would be travel. So let's go back, refresh. Categories: nature, architecture, and travel. So this travel looks a little different from this nature and architecture. So as you can notice, there's this line that is dividing this section to this section. So let's go back. So that line comes from this part of the code. So we'll just copy and paste it here. Looks good. Now that we're back, we don't need this disabled and the search bar. So I'll be removing that particular part of the codes and this form 2. Go back to the browser, refresh, and all of the parts of the navigation bar that we don't need have now been removed. Also, this link would be for about section of the web page, and we will also add another section or another link that would redirect us to the contact part of the web page. So to do that, to add another link, we will just copy this code and paste it, and instead of about, this will be contact. Go back, refresh, home, contact, about, categories. So this categories should come before these two. So what we're going to do is we will just copy this section of the code and put it after the drop down menu, right? Now go back, refresh. Well, we copied it instead of cutting it, so it's now visible twice. Reload. Home, categories, contact, and about. Looks perfect. So you see, now that's the beauty of building a website. You don't have to write the entire code by yourself. There are codes already written for all these kinds of stuff. This navigation bar, the carousel that I'm going to be using in the website, the blocks of photos that we are going to display on the web page, and a lot of design templates, you can call them, have already been written for you to use them instead of wasting your time and writing the entire long blocks of code. Now next up, what I'm going to do is I'll just go back to our photo folder, and inside this images, I'll just copy the images that I've already downloaded. Copy, go back, images, and paste it here. So now that we have our photos inside the images folder, let's go back to our code and write a carousel code, or just copy it from the bootstrap. Go back to bootstrap. Here, look for carousel. So as you can see, This is what a carousel looks like. So a big photo in on the front of your web page, as you already saw when I showed you the website. These are the different types of carousels available on the Bootstrap website. You can use any of them. So the first one is just a single photo. Second one is slides of photos. Third is slides of photos with this marking. And the final one would be all of them combined with captions. So of course we'll be using the final one. So copy the code for the final carousel or whichever one you like and go back to your code, and here after this navigation bar paste your carousel code. Click on save, go back and refresh. So since we haven't added any images here, there are none visible, but you can see this carousel has been added to our web page. So let's go back, and now we are going to add the images that we just pasted in this images folder. So in this carousel code, look for image src. So this is the location of the image that will be displayed. So type in images, that is the name of the folder from where you will be picking up the images, / and let me just go back to this images architecture 4. Yep. So architecture 4, in this alt type in architecture, and here is the heading. So this is part of the caption of the carousel. So I'll be writing architecture here, and I'll make this heading a little bigger. H3, I think H3 would do, and I don't want to add any more descriptions. If you do, you can write all of that inside this paragraph, but I won't be, so I'll just remove it from here. I'll do the similar with this. So what we're going to do is we will write images / and go back. What image I'm going to be adding? Nature 4 would do. Nature 4. Type in nature, similar to what we did above. H3, remove this, and now here the last one would be travel. H3, and let me just type in the travel 5, and in this alt type travel, and we are good to go. Okay, let's reload, and voila. So our images are visible here with this beautiful carousel, and you can forward them, and well, does this not look beautiful to you? So architecture, nature, and travel. But as you can see, we have some problem here. The images are way too big to fit on this part of the screen, and it's going all the way down, and this part of the carousel is not visible on the main page when someone opens the website, which absolutely does not look good. So what we're going to do for it? Now to fix this, what we're going to do is we will go back to our code editor. Inside the CSS folder, we will create the file that we linked at the start of our tutorial, style.css, and here just write this code, margin 0, padding also 0, and box sizing would be border box. So now to display the images on the just on the main page of our website, what we're going to do is we will put a dot, go back to the main index.php, and from here copy this name of the class carousel item, go back to style.css, paste it here, carousel item, and type img, and inside this we will define the width and the height of the image. So the width would be 100% and we are going to keep the height at 95 VH so that it does not go beyond the web page. Let us quickly save it, go back, reload, and yes, it looks great and it's also visible on our screen now. Now next up, what we're going to do is we will be creating different sections on this very web page for the different categories, that is nature, architecture, and travel. So go back to the code. Under this carousel code, let us start writing our first section. That would be section class. So I'll be using my4 and py4. The first div, so what we want is we want the text to be in the center of the page, so the class would be text center, and the first category is nature. Now the next thing that we need to do is we need to add the images to it. So how do we do that? Also, we are not to display a single image on the entire web page. What we need is we need to display small 3 blocks of images in a row. So we need to create another div class, and inside the class we will define the column for large systems, for the mid ones, and for the mobile devices. So after you've written this class, after you've written this div, the images, doesn't matter the size of the screen, only 3 images will be displayed on a large and middle screen, and a single image will be visible when opened on a mobile phone. So all in all, your website would be very responsive to all the devices that you will be using. Let's just close it, and inside this div, what we're going to do is we will link our image, and the image would be, since this is nature, Let's use nature 1, which image we have already used in the carousel, nature 4. So let's skip that and put the class as fluid, and padding, bottom padding would be 3. Well, I think it's done. So this is the first section. Let's go to our page, refresh. So nature and our first image is also visible here. So what we need is we need to display 2 more images in this row. Go back, and it's now all copy and paste. Just not this part of code, copy, paste and paste. So now nature 2 and nature 3. Go back, refresh. Okay, there seems to be a problem here. Let us figure out why this is happening. Okay, we forgot to add the row div. And without the row div, the images will not be displayed in a row, but of this. So container fluid, I'm using this since, just a second, let me paste it here. Yeah, and we will create another div named row, and our entire code will go inside it, and we'll paste it. Let's go back and check if it changes anything, and it does. So our images are displayed perfectly. Our first section, that is nature, for our categories is complete now. Now next what we need to do is, I think you guessed it, we just need to copy this section and paste it twice, since there are 2 more sections. So after the first section, in the second one would be for architecture, the images we need to change architecture 1, architecture 2, and architecture 3. Yeah, refresh, nature, architecture, and well, nature again, because we did not edit the third part of the code. So the third part of the code will be for travel. Let us quickly add the images. So travel 2, travel 4, and I think we used travel 5 already. So travel 6, and go back, refresh, and travel images, architecture, and nature. So half of our website is already done, guys. Now what we need to do is we need to create 2 more sections for the contact and about. So For the contact part of the web page, we'll be needing a form that we will then go on and link to a database that we'll be creating later on, and the about section will be responsible to give some information regarding the website, regarding the photographer that have uploaded the images. So let's go back to our code and move on to creating another section for the contact. So wait, let me just copy only this section of the code, and of course we'll be needing a closing tag. This will be contact us, and let's create another div. Class would be and auto. So why I'm doing this is because inside the contact we'll be creating a form where there will be columns, and to manage the width and margin of these columns I am writing the class for it. Inside this div we will write a form. Inside the form, the first thing that we need is action, and the action for the form will be about.php. This is a file that we'll be creating later on. And the next thing is method, which will be post. Let's close this, create another div class named form group. Okay, form group, close it. Inside this I'll write a label that would be name. This will be our first column, input type text, of course. Let's give it a name. So this is very important. So the name that you're going to write here should be matching with the name in the database. And class form control. Now just copy this, paste and paste. So the second section would be for email. Type will also be email. Name will also be email. Third would be for the number. Let us keep the type text in case someone wants to enter the std codes. And let's go back, refresh, check, contact us. The fields are visible. Now what we need is a submit button. So after this div, let me create a button. Type submit class. So this will make the button look green, adding some CSS, and the button would be called submit. Go back, refresh, submit button is here. Now let us also create a section for the about part of the page, and then we'll move on to making a database. So to do that, what we need to do is we'll just copy this section for the about, paste it here, close this section, and here let's start writing the code. The class container fluid. So why are we using this container fluid class is because sometimes when you don't use this class, the images or text from your web page tends to create, so you can see a scroll bar here vertically, it tends to create another scroll bar horizontally, which we don't want. So container fluid, close this div. Inside it, let me create a class text center. It will say the name Mac. We just give some space and write a paragraph with a class, of course, text center. Otherwise, if the text will start from the extreme left, it would look weird. And close it. Let's add some bold and write, let's see, I am a passionate photographer interested in working in architecture, nature, and travel photography. Next would be a full-time freelancer with an experience of 5 years. Well, I think this would do. Refresh. Oh, we did not change this. We'll just get right onto it. Contact us. I'm a passionate photographer interested in working in architecture, nature, travel photography, freelancer, and all of the things that we just written about Mac. We just need to change this to about, and I think we're done. Yes. So our web page is almost complete, guys. Now we need to do some changes or add some things. So the first thing that we'll be adding is an about.php file, and inside this about.php file we will be creating a connection with our database and fetching the data from it, or sending the data from our form to the database. So before that, let's go back to the browser, type in localhost followed by php my admin, click enter. But before that, you must open XAMPP control panel and start the Apache server and MySQL server. Since I already did, I did not show you the steps. So after the MySQL server has been started, you can see this PHP MyAdmin panel, and from here we can create databases. So inside this phpMyAdmin, click on new and let us name our database as photography. Click on create. Now what we are going to do is we will create a table where the data will be stored from our form. Let us name the table as users. Number of columns would be 4. The first column would be course ID, which will be auto incremented. The second column would be name, type variable character 250. Third is email, also variable character 250, and the final was our number, variable character 250, and click on save. So as you can see the structure of our table, the table users has been created inside the database photography. Now we need to go back to our code and write the code, PHP code, to connect our form to this database. So first variable that I'll be creating is con to connect the database. Since a server is locally hosted, the name of the server would be localhost root. That is the default. Now if connection, so this if condition will check if the connection is successful or not, and if successful, display connection successful. Next, also add if the connection is not successful, we should always have an error message, connection failed. Next, what we need to do is we need to MySQL select underscore db, and inside this we need to mention the name of our database, which is photography. Let's just go back and recheck photography, because the name is very important. If you mess with the name, the entire code goes to vain. Now let me create some variables which will fetch the data from the form in order to send them to the database. So let's keep the same names so that we don't create any confusion. Email, and of course number, post. So now that we have our variables, we need to run a query. So since we are fetching the data from the form and inserting it into a table, we need to run a query for insert into the name of the table, that is users, and then name, email, number, followed by the values that we'll be giving them. So notice this is the name of the fields that you've given in your table, and these values are these variables that we've just created. So inside it, name, second would be email, and third would be number. I think the query is done. Now to check if it works, we will run another query, and I am going to add a header file here, because once you click on submit button, let me just go back. So if you click on submit button here, the page will redirect to a different page which will just display connection successful. We don't need that. We need to stay on this page itself. So in order to do that, I am writing this header file with the location of index.php, enter, and I think we are done here. Now let's go back and add some details. Mac @simplylearn.com, number would be 123456789 click on submit, go back to your database, click on browse, and if the connection would be successful, you can see the data here, and we can Mac, email, and number. That's great. So now let's move on to the final section of the website. So how do we make this categories navbar work? Well, it's pretty simple. We just need to redirect to a section of a web page whenever clicked a button. So when we click on nature, we need our web page to be redirected to this section. So let's just go back to our code, and what we're going to be doing is we will create links, just a second, for every section of our web page. So let's go back to the first section, that is nature, and here write, give it an ID. So the ID for this section would be nature, close the tag, cut, and paste it here. So as you can see, this ID, this section of our web page is enclosed in this ID. So now with this a tag, we can refer this section of the web page to any button. Similarly, we will add another ID here. So the ID would be architecture, of course. Make sure the spellings are correct. Put it after the section. Now go back a ID. This would be travel. Okay, just a second. Cut it, paste it here. Again, what I'm going to do is, instead of writing it again and again, I'll just copy it from here, paste it. Since this is contact us, let me just put contact here. contact, yep, and the section, right, and this will be of course about. Yes, good. Now what we need to do is we need to refer these sections with the respective IDs to the buttons. Go back to the navbar code on your web page. So here is a navbar code. So inside it you can see after every button there's a reference. You just need to add the name of your ID. Do not remove this, and architecture, travel, contact, and about. Let's go back, refresh, click on categories. Okay, what happened here? Okay, no. Nature, yep. Travel, yep. Contact, about. So everything works perfectly now. So while we're at it, let me first show you. Rob @ start.com 123455555. Click on submit. So as you can see, whenever you click on submit, it redirects you to the front of the web page. I don't want that. Yeah, the database is working, so just go back to the about.php, and here we added the header location index.php, so it is redirecting the code to the start of the web page. What we need to do is we need to redirect it to a particular section, that is contact. So just add contact in front of it, save, go back, scroll down, Tony @starkindustries.com 123777777. Click on submit. And as you can see, after you click on submit, the page does not go back to the starting, it just stays here while the data has been submitted to our database. Now that we have completed our website, a quick question for you guys. If you were asked to create a website based on your interests, what would the website be about? Let us know in the comment section below. Now let me show you a glimpse of the website we'll be creating, which is called techbat.com. But you can obviously create a website for the product of your choice. So let me just go to the browser, type in localhost website, and this is the website that we'll be creating. This is a very basic website for e-commerce services, but as you can see, we have displayed the top products on the front page of our website, and here from the drop down menu you can see laptops and phones. So without wasting much time, let's get started. Now before we begin, let me tell you that we'll be using Visual Studio Code as the IDE, our code editor, and XAMPP as the web server solutions package, which will be hosting a local server for the website. Now, another thing that we need to do before beginning is we need to go to a browser and type in bootstrap download, go to this website, and from here download the bootstrap file. This will be a compressed file. You can download it from here, and I'll tell you later what we're going to do with it. Now let's go and set up a coding environment. So let me just close this, go to C, XAMPP folder, locate h3docs folder in it, and create any name for your project. I'll be writing website, and inside this website, what you're going to do is go to your downloads. Now this bootstrap folder that we just downloaded, we are going to extract it. Inside that website folder. So let's just go back. So we need them outside. Delete this. So as you can see, we have got a CSS and JS folder, and we'll be using this in a website. Now let us begin our code. So right click, open with code. Now this is our Visual Studio Code, and as you can see, our website folder is visible here, and from here we can create a new file. So our first file would be index.php. Now let's start our code. Type in exclamation mark and hit enter, and you can see this block of code will be visible here. Now we need to add a few things. Well, not a few, quite a lot. First would be title. The title would be, well, since my website is tech by, I'm going to keep the title as tech by. Next, what we're going to do is we are going to add some links to this index.php. So these are the links for the CSS files present inside this folder that we just downloaded from Bootstrap, and we'll be linking some of the files from this folder onto our website so that the website looks good. Yeah. Now the reference would be CSS. This is the folder, and the file is bootstrap.min.css. So this is the first file that we're going to be linking. Next, let's add a script here. So this is a pretty popular script, and you can find it on the internet easily. Ajax. Well, yeah, this ends a script here. Let me just recheck if I typed it correctly. Yeah, seems fine. Now moving on, we are going to be adding another script that would be JavaScript, and it will include Boot's jQuery. bootstrap. I'm just going to find it, bootstrap.min.js. Here this ends a second script. Now let us just end this title and move on to the body part of the code. Now, what do we need to produce or create first? Now, the first thing that we need is a navigation bar. So, to create a navigation bar, I'll give you a pretty easy way to do that. Instead of writing a hefty big code, you need to go to your browser. Since we are using Bootstrap, why not take the best out of it? Now type in bootstrap navbar, go to this link, navbar bootstrap, and as you can see, this navbar can be accessed using this code. Just copy it, go back and paste it in your body. Now we'll be making a few changes to our navigation bar according to our e-commerce website, but before that, we need to check if this navigation bar is visible correctly on the web page. Now to do that, first let's open our XAMPP control panel, start our Apache server and go to a browser. Now to see the result of your code, to see if this code that you've just written is how does it look on a web page, we need to type in localhost followed by the name of the folder that you created for your project. Since the name of my folder is website, I've written website here, click on enter, and well, our navigation bar looks a bit weird. There's no designing to it. Now let me go back to the code and see what I did wrong. Well, yeah, we don't need this bootstrap reboot.min.css. Instead, we need just bootstrap.min.css. Let's save it, go back and reload. Well, our navigation bar is visible. Let's go back to the code and start making some of our changes. The first change that I'm going to be making is I will change the color theme of this navigation bar, and yeah, looks much better. Now let me remove some things. First, let's change the name to techbuy.com. Well, second, let it be home. So this is the drop down. I'll be changing it to products. The first product is laptop. The second one, phones. We don't need this here. And let me put the divider in between. We don't need this disabled part either, and neither do we need the search form. Now I want to make a few changes to the navigation bar. So this navigation bar seems a little thin. Let me add just a little bit of breadth to it. Yep, looks good. And as you can see, laptops, phones, and this dividing line. Now what we need to do is create a front page that is the top featured content on the front page that will be visible on our e-commerce website. So to do that, create a div class Let us name it, and this will be a column div. Inside this, another div class. This will be for the row. And now just a second. Yes, this will also need a class since we want our text in the center of the page. And top products. Okay, let me just add some spaces. Well, before adding those images and the products onto our page, we need to prepare a little bit more. So before that, let us just save this piece of code and see how does it look. So it displays top products in the center of the page. Looks great. Now what we need to do before we can display the products on this page is we need to create a database in where we are going to store all the information regarding our products, and we will fetch that data from the database and display it on our website. Now to create the database, just go back to the XAMPP control panel and start the MySQL Server 2. Now here type in localhost PHP myadmin, and you can see you are now redirected to the PHP myadmin control panel where you can create different databases. So as you can see, I've already created a database named TechBuy, under which I have got another table that is products with some data here. Now I'll show you how to create a database from scratch. Now to do that, we need to go to this new part. Now since we already have a TechBuy database, let us name it something different, e-commerce, and create. Now we have created a database named e-commerce, and inside the e-commerce, what we need to do is we need to create a table. Let us create the table and name it products. Now our table will mainly consist of around 6 or 7 columns, and let us keep it 7. The first would be ID, of course, and it will be auto incremented. The second, title of the product, which will be a variable character, 255. Price of the product, since prices can be in decimal, let us keep this decimal, and the values would be 10,2. Next is brand name. This is variable character, 100 would do. Image. Now this column here will contain the location of the image on our server or on a system, since our system is the local server. So this will also be a variable character, 255. Next would be description. This will be a text, since a description can be long. And last would be featured. Alright, let us save this table, and we have a products table here in our new database, that is e-commerce. Now we need some images for this image file for our products. Now I've already downloaded some images. Let me just copy them. Now go back to a C drive, XAMPP. What we are going to do is we are going back to our website folder, and we'll be creating a new folder inside the website folder, and let us name it images, and paste your images here. Let me go back to this Visual Studio Code, and as you can see, our images are visible here. We'll be using them very soon. Let us go back to this, and let me add an entry here. So we'll be working with one product, and once you understand the concept, you can add many more products later on. So the title would be Google Pixel 5, the price 65,000, brand name of course Google, image. Now to add the path of your image, what you need to do is you need to go back here, images. Now the path would be inside website and inside images folder. So website, images, and then followed by the name of the image. Since the name for my Google phone is gpixel, I'll be writing gpixel.png. Make sure you do not make a mistake while writing a name. And in the description, well, I've copied some description from the internet. I will be posting the same here. Google Pixel 5, 5G, 8GB RAM, 128GB space. Now inside the featured part, we'll be numbering it 1 and click on go. So go back to browse, and you can see your field that you just created visible here. So now that we have the entry for our image for our product, that is Google Pixel 5 phone, in our database, let us go back to the code to see how to retrieve this information from this database into a code and display it on our screen. Let's go back to our code, and in our code, let us go back to the top, and here we are going to be creating a PHP script, and inside that script I will be accessing the database. Now let us create a connection to the database using MySQL connect, and inside this what we are going to do is we will be writing the name of the server, since the server is localhost, and then the next would be root. Now again MySQL now here select DB database, and inside this we'll be selecting a database from the MyAdmin panel. So what we need to do is we need to write the variable name followed by the name of the database that we need information from. So the name of our database was e-commerce. Yep. So e-commerce. So here we have created a connection with the database. Now let us create another file SQL. So for this variable will be accessing all the information stored in our table products. So we'll be writing some SQL commands. Select star, that is all the details from name of our table, products. Let me just recheck. Products, yep, and where featured is equals to 1. So remember that while creating our entry, we put this featured value as 1. So this part of the code is done. Now let us go back down where we stopped last and write our PHP script. So here what we are going to do is we will be creating a while loop. Now inside the while loop we will create another variable as products, which will be equals to MySQL, and this function is used to fetch the data from the database and feature. Well, there's something that we missed. We did not create the variable featured here, and well, it would have given an error. So what featured would do is featured would use the connection to query the SQL command. Now go back here. What this while loop will be doing is this while loop will be fetching the data from our table under the category of featured number 1. So next what we're going to do is next we will create another div class which would be inside this h4 another PHP script is equals to product. Now inside this we are, since this will be the title, we will be displaying the title from here. So what we need to do is we need to add the title and close the PHP script here. Next we need to display the image. So here in this image src we don't need to write the path of the image since we have already entered that into the database. What we need to do is we need to specify the path from where we need to fetch the image from the database. So it's pretty simple. Again, the same thing, product, and as you would have guessed it, it will be image. Was it image or images? Let me just recheck. It was image. Close this, close the file, and here we have retrieved our image. Now product. Inside this product, what we are going to get is the price, title, so that if one would hover over here, it will display the title of the product, and that's it. We need to close it. So sec. Okay, so yep, looks good. Next, we will display the price of the product. To do that, we will create a class. Let us name it L price. Close it. Rupees. We are doing it again. Product. And here, what we need to do is we need to get the price and close this. Similarly, whatever details that we need to display here from the database, we are going to be accessing them through this script with changing the name of the column that we need to access. So now that we have all this, let us also create a reference page, and I'll be creating another file, details.php, which will display the details of the product. But before that, let me create a button. Type button class button success. Now the name of the button would be more, and well, this ends here. Also, what we need to do is we need to let me just see. What we need to do is we need to end this while loop. And while here, and just close it. So this div and this div, everything's good. Save. Let's go back and see if it's working. And voila, we have our first product displayed here on the front page of our e-commerce website. Google Pixel 5, the phone, the more button does not work yet, but we'll be working on it. But it feels good, doesn't it? Now let us go back to the code and see how to create this details.php file. First, details.php, and inside this file what we're going to do is we are going to just copy paste some part of the code here and also this part of the code. Okay, and we don't need it. Now we need one or two more things to be displayed here, so just copy this, paste it, and paste it again. Let's go back to our local host, and what we need to display here is, so we have already displayed the title, the price, and the image. So the things that we are left with is the description and the brand name. So let's go back. Price is already here. Just add description and brand name. Was it brand name? Yep, brand name. Description looks good. Change class name here. Okay, so what we're going to do is we will be refreshing this page and clicking on more. And well, yes, good. The details of our product are visible here. Now let's go back and make a little changes. So the first change would be this. So this would be product details and save, click. There's still a big gap. Yes, looks better. Now let me just, you can add some bold or italics or whatever you like in this code. What did I do? So I've added bold in the title. Let's see if it works. I'm not sure if it does. Okay, since it's already a heading, my bad. Let me add it here. Okay, save it. So this is the price, and yes, price is in bold now. So you can make a few changes to make your description look better. And let us go back to the main page, and what we're going to do is we are going to create two new files for this laptops and phones to display them separately when we click on any of the drop down menu, since they don't work yet. Now let me show you an example to create a file for this product laptops, and you can create the rest yourself. So first thing that we need to do is we need to go back to this database into a table and create another entry. So the title would be Asus ROG laptop, price would be 1,20,000, brand name Asus, image, so the image is website images and the name of the image is rogueasus.png. rogueasus.png, and I've copied some description from the internet. And now the one thing that you need to notice is we are going to be keeping this featured part as 2 instead of 1, and go back to browse and you can see the detail that we just created with the feature number 2. So now go back to our code and create another file. Let us name it product laptops.php. Let me just see. Yep, I have. So yeah, I may have skipped this part. So in the drop down menu, when we created a navigation bar, here it was written this. So we need to replace this reference with the name of the PHP file that we just created, that is product-laptops.php. So product-laptops.php, and inside this, first thing that we need to do is copy this code, paste it here. Now here change it to 2 and drop down top products, everything looks fine. Save it. Since the feature number will be 2, let us go back, refresh, click on laptops, and here you can see the Asus ROG laptop visible. Now let me add another product on our feature page, that is the front page, to show you how do we display more than one product with the same code. So go back to this database and create another entry. Let's say HP laptop, price would be 80,000. Okay, I think I just created an entry. Let me delete it. Go back. HP laptop, price 80,000, brand name HP, image, website, images, name of the image, that is hp_laptop.png, hp_laptop.png, and the description, which I have copied from the internet. And in this feature, we are going to be writing 1, since we are displaying this on the front page of our website. Go back to browse. Here are the details. Now let's get back. We don't need to change anything. Just save it. Go back and refresh. And as you can see, we have our HP laptop visible here, and similarly, we can just add products into a database, and this single piece of code is enough to display them all on our web page. So guys, these are some of the basics of an e-commerce website. You can add more products, choices, more detailed descriptions, and add more designing using CSS, Bootstrap, cards, and buy, sell sections on your website. Just play along with the code and start making your own web pages. In this video, we'll discuss some of the frequently asked questions in PHP interviews. Now, the questions are categorized in 2 sections, beginner and advanced questions. So, without any further ado, let us get started with the beginner questions. Now, the most basic question is, what is PHP? So PHP stands for Hypertext Preprocessor. It is a server-side scripting language that is embedded into HTML and is generally used for dynamic web development. PHP is also a very compatible language. That is, it also works efficiently with almost 20 different databases such as MySQL, PostgreSQL, etc. Next question, what is a session in PHP? Now, sessions in PHP are used to store data for users under a unique ID which can be then used across multiple web pages of a website. Next, what is peer in PHP? Now, peer stands for PHP Extension and Application Repository. It is a framework and repository for the reusable components. Focus on reusable components of PHP containing code snippets and libraries. Next, is PHP considered a case-sensitive language? So this is a very often asked questions in interviews. So PHP is partially case sensitive since variables in PHP are case sensitive while functions and user defined functions are not. Next, name different types of data types in PHP. So different data types in PHP include integer, float, string, boolean, array, object, null, and finally resource. So there are total 8 different data types that exist in PHP. Next question, how is echo different from print? Now echo, it can output multiple strings at a time, while in case of print, it can output only a single string. Now echo does not have a return value, while print always returns 1. That is the reason that is echo is faster because it does not have to return a value, while print is slower in comparison to echo because it always returns a value. Now, as you can see, both of these commands echo and print are used in the exact same way. Next, what are the rules for naming a variable? Now there are certain rules which you have to follow or certain good coding practices which you have to follow while naming a variable in your PHP code. So variable name must always begin with underscore or a letter. So it cannot begin with a number or a special character for that matter. Next, variable names can include numbers but not special characters. So suppose you want to name your variable number 123. So you can use this variable but you cannot use number @ 123 since special characters are not included. Next, a variable in PHP is declared using this $sign followed by the variable name. Now, as you can see, this is how we declare a variable $my_variable. You can also put a number in between or at the end while naming a variable, just not at the start. Next, name some popular PHP frameworks. So some of the popular PHP frameworks include Symfony, CodeIgniter, CakePHP, and Laravel. Moving on, how to check if a defined variable is null or not. So isAdd function is used to check if the defined variable has any value or not. So to use this, suppose you have this block of code in front of you. So suppose you want to check if this x variable that you've defined is null or not. So what you do is you put the isAdd function inside the if condition and it will return true if it's not null, while it will return false if it is a null value. Since it is not null, it returns true and we can display echo as variable x is not null, while in the case of variable y, it is a null value since so the if condition will be false and it will not display anything. Next, how are objects in PHP passed? So objects in PHP are always passed by a value, not by a reference. Next question, how to display output directly to the browser? Now, in cases you want to display your output directly onto the browser while running a piece of code, you can use these special tags to display an output directly to the browser. Now, as you may notice, these tags does not contain the PHP written. You can use them directly and replace PHP with an equal to sign followed by what you want to display and end it with a question mark and a closing bracket. Moving on, what is define function used for in PHP? Now define is used to declare a constant in PHP. Also, in contrast to the variables, there's no need for a dollar sign before declaring a constant since the value of a constant does not change. Now, this is how you can use the define function to declare a constant. Suppose you want to declare the value of pi as 3.14 throughout your PHP code and which cannot be changed. So we can use define for that. Next question is related to this question, since what is constant function in use for in PHP then? So constant function returns the value of a constant. It is not used to define a constant, but it returns the value of a constant. So suppose you define a function constant using this define function and you want to return this value, you can use this constant function for that. Next, is multiple inheritance supported in PHP? So PHP only supports single level inheritance, which means a class can be extended from only one class using the keyword extended. Next, what are the different types of loops in PHP? So PHP consists of a while loop, a do while loop, a for loop, and finally a for each loop. So PHP consists of total 4 loops. Next question, how to concatenate two strings in PHP. Now, two strings can be easily concatenated using the dot operator in PHP. Now to do that, I'll show you with the help of a code. Suppose you want to concatenate or join these two strings, str1 hello guys, and the second string would be and welcome to Simplilearn, and want to display these strings together. So to do that, you need to use this dot operator in echo. As you can see, this dot operator, so first you write the name of the first string, then followed by the dot operator. I've given this space, and then the next dot operator because this is also considered as a string, and then the third string variable, and this is how you concatenate two strings. Next question, what is the use of function num ar arguments? Now this function, as you can see, is used to return the number of arguments passed in a function. So suppose you pass a certain number of arguments in a function and want to know how many values or arguments were passed. You can use this function for that. So suppose in this sample code you want to know how many arguments were passed in this sample function. So to do that, we declare a variable number of arguments and we will equal it to the function number arguments. Now we will display it, and this sample has passed 3 arguments, so the output would be 3. Moving on, what are super global variables in PHP? Now some predefined variables in PHP are known as super global variables because they are always accessible from any function, file or class regardless of the scope. So in all, they are globally accessible. So suppose you write a piece of code and you declare a variable inside it, it would be a local variable and could be accessed only in that part of the code. But in case of super global variable, they are accessible throughout the entire code. They include global, server, request, post, get, files, env, cookie, and session. Moving on, how to invoke single line and multi-line comments. Now a single line comment in PHP can be made using this hash followed by the comment or / followed by the comment. While in case of multi-line comments, you can use this hash star and write your comments in multiple lines and enclose it with a star and slash. What I'm going to do now is I am going to show you the use of these comments in actual VS Code. Now let us take this block of code for example. Now suppose you want to add a single line comment after this variable. So what you will do is you can use this double slash. This is a variable. Also you can use slash. This is also a variable. So this is a single line comment. Now if you try to write something else after this in the next line, it will take it as part of the code, not part of the comment. So what do you do when you need to write multiple lines of comment? So suppose you need to write 2-3 lines about this line of code. What you will do is you will use a slash star. Now write the comment. This is displaying Simplilearn. So this is a 3-line comment which you can end simply by star and a slash. This is how you write single line and multi-line comments. Now let's move on to the next question, that is name some common applications of PHP. So some of the most commonly used PHP applications are system functions, form handling. So PHP is very commonly used to handle the forms that you see on the web pages. CRUD tasks. Now CRUD tasks are create, read, update and delete. So when you will be working with databases, this is a very important part of using databases, that is CRUD, and PHP is used very commonly in that. Next, accessing cookies, variables and set cookies. And finally, data encryption. PHP provides security through some of its frameworks, which can be used and is used very commonly throughout a lot of websites. So now that we have gone through the beginner level questions that are frequently asked in PHP interviews, let us now move on to the advanced level questions. So the first question would be, how can you execute a PHP script from the command line? Now, a PHP script from a command line can be executed by opening the command line, and inside the command line you have to specify the name of the script or name of the PHP file that you want to run. Suppose you want to run a php_script.php. So you type in the name of the PHP script that you want to run, and that particular PHP script will be executed. Next, differentiate between a dollar variable and $$ variable. So what is the difference between the two? Now in case of a single dollar variable, it is a simple variable that is simply used to store data. So as we discussed earlier, it is a variable that we define to store different data types, that is integer, float, strings, etc. While a $$ variable is a reference variable of variable. So this is used to reference already existing variables. Now to use or to understand how these two work, you can see this particular block of code here. Now in this code, what you need to focus on is this is a simple variable hello, which contains the string welcome to Simplilearn, and we have defined another variable as var, which contains the string hello. Now in this echo, as you can notice, what we are doing is we are using this. Also, before that, you need to notice is this is the same string as the name of this variable. So first we are displaying this variable and then we are referencing this variable here. So what it is doing is it is referencing the value to another variable. So hello variable is being referenced. So when you execute this block of PHP script, what you get the output is hello, since this is the variable hello, and after that what you'll get is welcome to Simplilearn, since this variable is a reference to this variable. Next, differentiate between get and post method. Now get method is used to submit form data, while post method is also used for the same feature. So the difference between them is get method sends data as part of PHP page URL. Web page URL, while a post method sends data through HTTP header. In get, the data, since the data is being sent through the URL, it is displayed in the URL of the web page, so it is not secure, while in case of post method, it is a secure form of data transfer. Hence, when developing a website for some security purposes, usually we prefer post method. Next up, how to connect to a database using a PHP script. Now suppose if you are asked this question in an interview, what you need to do is you need to just write this block of code and explain it to the interviewer. Now suppose we have a PHP script and we want to connect it to a database. What we need to do is we will create three different variables, that is server name, username and password. Now what we are going to do is we will create another variable con that will be used to connect it, and then we'll use the MySQL I functions which will then pass these variables to create a connection. So these variable values are localhost username password. These are the default values. Now to check if the connection is connected, what we are going to do is we will use an if condition. If the con variable gets an connect error, we will display a error message that is connection failed. If not, we will display connected successfully. Now as you can see here, these names can be the name of the server that you're trying to connect. I have used localhost username password for the default values. You can use the name of the database that you're trying to connect your PHP script to. Next up, what does final class and final method mean in PHP? Now a final class in PHP means that the class cannot be extended, while a final method means that it cannot be overridden. Now as you can see in this block of code, we have used the final keyword for a class and the final keyword for a function. Now suppose this final class is being inherited by this child class. What the program will return is an error, because once you use this final keyword, this class cannot be inherited. And similarly, suppose this function is trying to be overridden by this part of the code, it cannot be because we have used the final function. Next question, differentiate between function overloading and overriding. Now, function overloading, the same function is used for different purposes based on the number of arguments inside the function, while in case of function overriding, the same name and same argument function is used in parent and child class respectively to change the behavior of parent class method. Now let me show you and demonstrate the difference with an example. So let us look at this code. So suppose you have a function named showTitle, which does contain a single parameter and displays, when called upon using this parameter, displays function 1. Now if you want to use the same name of the function for a different purpose, what you can do is you can increase or change the number of parameters inside the function. That is, it now contains 2 parameters. So when this same function is called using 2 parameters, it will function differently and display function overloading. So this is how function overloading works. Next, from this piece of code, we can understand function overriding. Suppose you display a function demo in a base class and you want to override this demo function inside the derived class. So what you do is you make another function with the same name inside the derived class with some different properties. As you can see, it displays something different. Now you create an object for the base class, and when you use this base class object to call this demo function, you can use the properties of this function here. While if you create another object, that is object 2, for the derived class, and you use this object to call upon the same demo function, you are overriding this base class demo function that was inherited. Instead, what it will use is it will use the properties of the derived demo function. So that is how you overload or override a class function in PHP. Now let's move on to the next question, that is differentiate between equal to and triple equal operator. So a double equal operator is generally used to check if the value of two operands are equal or not. It is generally used in case of conditional statements, while a triple equals to operator performs a type safe comparison, which means that it will only return true if both operands have the same type and the same value. So you can understand this more with this piece of code. So suppose in this case, since they both are equal, it will return true. While in this case, they both have the same type, hence it will return true. Now let us check this equals to. So since they both are 1, and in PHP it will display as true since they are equal, while when you are type checking, that is you are checking if they're equal with the same type and same value, it will display a false since one is an integer and the other one is a string value. Also, if you check two different strings with the type safe, it will also display true. Next question, how does exception handling work in PHP? So when an exception is thrown, code following the statement will not be executed, and PHP will attempt to find the first matching catch block. So if an exception is not caught, a PHP fatal error will be issued with an uncaught exception. An exception can be thrown and caught within PHP. So what we do is we use this try and catch method to try the code, and if an error occurs, we can catch. If an exception occurs, we can throw it, and the catch function will catch the exception. And if we do not include the catch function, it will result in a fatal error. Next up, differentiate between require and include. Now require, if a required file is not found, it will throw a fatal error and stop the code execution, while in case of include, if an essential file is not found, it will produce a warning and still execute the remaining scripts. So as you can see, both of these include and require are used in the exact same way with different functions. Next up, explain different types of errors in PHP. Now PHP consists of mainly three errors: notice, warning, and a fatal error. Now notice is a non-critical error, which means that something minor went wrong during execution and a lot of times you just don't pay attention to it. A warning is a critical error. Now it is given in condition where suppose an include function that we just discussed in the previous question went to retrieve a non-existent file. So suppose you use an include function and the file does not exist, it will display a warning. And the final is a fatal error. So it is a critical error resulting in termination of the code. So as we discussed in the try and catch part of the question, if an exception is thrown and we do not have a catch function for it, it will display a fatal error which will return in termination of the code. Next question, how to call a function by reference. So ampersand sign is used to call a function by reference. Now in case of reference, the actual value is modified if the value passed inside the function is also modified, while in case of value, the value of the original value does not change. So this piece of code here is an example of how you can call a function by reference. Here, as you can see, this ampersand sign will call this function by reference, and any changes made in the variables here will affect the original ones. Next question, create a singleton class in PHP. So how do we create a singleton class in PHP? Before that, let's have a look at what is a singleton class. Now, a singleton class in PHP is a class that can have only one object and hence provides only a single point of access. So generally in class, you can create as many objects as you want, and it will in turn create different access points into that block of code. So in a singleton class, you can only create a single object, hence singleton. So this piece of code, as you can notice, is used to create a singleton class. Now, to create a singleton class, you need to have the constructor function private. Now here, as you can see, a singleton class is created using this private construct, and it then checks if there's only one instance created, and if it is, it functions properly and displays initialize only once. Next question, how to encrypt a password using PHP. So PHP can be used for encryption techniques. Now the password underscore hash function creates a hash password from the password string using hashing algorithm. So suppose you create a password string and enter your password as password @123, and you put it inside the password hash function. So what it will generate is, we are echoing this generated hash. So what it will generate is this. So this is random. It changes every time you generate the password since it is encrypted, and same when you pass this password to the database using hashing algorithm, even in the database the password will not be visible. So your data is secure. Next question, mention different sorting functions for arrays in PHP. Now let us understand this question in the VS Code. So PHP consists of different sorting functions which you can use to sort an given array automatically. So if you want to sort an array in ascending order, what you need to do is use this sort function. So it will sort this array in ascending order. Now if you want to sort it in descending order, use rsort, that is reverse sort. Similarly, suppose you want to sort an array in terms of value in ascending order. So you need to use a sort function, that is this. So in terms of value, what in terms of value means is, suppose in a given array there are keys and values. So it will sort the array based on the values, that is this 22, 27 and 37. So the array will be the same since the values are already sorted. Now if you want to sort the array in according to key, that is this, you can use ksort, that is key sort function that is provided in PHP. So in case of key sort, what it does is it will sort the array in key, that is the first one would be D, that is Duke, second M, Mac, and the third R, that is raw. Now if you want to sort this array in descending order in terms of value, you use, instead of a sort, you use a reverse sort. Similarly, if you want to sort an array in terms of key in descending, you use k, instead of k sort, kr sort, that is k reverse sort. So these are the different sorting functions that are inbuilt into PHP. Moving on, what will be the output of the following code? Now, if this code is given, let me give you some time and try to pause this video and think of what will be the output of the following code. So the output of this code will be 21, 21 or 21, 21. How did it happen? But before that, if you got it correct, congratulations. But if you want to understand it, see, a is a variable that contains the value 1, while a b is a variable that is getting the value of a variable through reference. Now, we make changes in the b variable with 2 followed by this variable again, which is calling the value of a by reference. So if we make changes here, we also make changes in the value of a. Now, if we display this, since the value of a is already changed by reference, it will display 2, 1, that is the value here. And again, since the value of b is already 2, 1, it will again display 2, 1. Moving on, what are construct function and destruct function in PHP? So a constructor or construct function is automatically invoked when a new object of a class is created and then can be used to initialize value in class. So when you create an object for a class, a constructor function is automatically invoked. But this can also be, so it does not contain any value when it is invoked. But you can also use this construct function to initialize some properties, to give some properties to the class, which will act as its default properties if nothing or no new properties are given to the class. Next is a destruct. Now a destruct is automatically invoked when an object of a class is destructed. Suppose you end the part of the code of a class, you are destroying the object. When you're ending the piece of code, a destruct function is automatically invoked to clean up the resources. Next is how can PHP and JavaScript interact. Now PHP and JavaScript cannot directly interact with each other since PHP is a server-side scripting language while JavaScript is a client-side language. But there is a way that these two wonderful languages can interact with each other. So we can swap variables since PHP can produce JavaScript code to be implemented by the browser. So yes, you can produce JavaScript code from PHP which can then be implemented by a browser, and then it is probable to pass those precise variables back to PHP via a URL. Next question is, explain type hinting in PHP. Now in PHP, type hinting is used to specify the expected data type, that is array, object, interface, etc. for an argument in a function declaration. Now during a function call, suppose if arguments does not match the expected data type, the runtime will display an error and that is a fatal error, and the program will then terminate. Now in this code here, what we are doing is we are type hinting. So this code is for string type hinting and this code is for integer type hinting. Now if these particular set of functions that have already specified the type they are expecting does not receive the same type of variable inside them, the program will return in a fatal error and it will terminate. So moving on to our final question of this video, write a class. So yes, this is an assignment, a kind of assignment for you guys. So what you need to do is you need to write a class to solve the following question which I'm going to say. So implement a class named basketball. We all like basketball, right? So implement a class named basketball with an attribute named baskets. So you have to create an attribute named baskets and initialize it to 0 as the starting position, and then create a method named score. Now when the score method is invoked, the baskets must increase by 1. So let's see the solution now. So this is how you create a class that is basketball. Now inside this class, what we are going to do is we are going to initialize the number of baskets, that is this variable, as 0 as the starting position. So to do that, what we're going to do is we will be using construct function as we discussed to initialize some default properties for the class. So this construct function is used to initialize this baskets variable to 0. Now suppose we do not call this function score, which is increasing the number of baskets, the default value will be displayed as 0 every time. Now suppose we invoke this score function every time a basket is scored, this will increase the number of baskets by 1. So this is pretty simple, and this is how you create a simple class which will perform the following question. So that's it guys for the full course tutorial on PHP programming. I do hope you have liked it. If you did, do hit the like button and subscribe to Simplilearn for more such content. Thank you for watching. Stay tuned and keep learning.